people are now questioning everything that we've been told or led to believe about that. So with this transit, endings and beginnings are possible in the Gemini and Pisces areas of your chart. So you want to take a look at your chart and see where these guys are located. What areas are they triggering? What areas of life are they really wanting you to examine and look at? Okay, so Jupiter is the planet of growth, expansion, personal beliefs, and philosophy, and Saturn is all about discipline, commitment, and structure. So you might find that it's necessary right now to make some difficult choices and decisions, especially during the second half of this month, okay? So I want you to ask yourself, am I growing in the right direction? Am I growing in the right direction? Do my foundations, do my systems in my life support my purpose and my spiritual mission? And really think about that. And, you know, for example, if you're a parent of a college age student who's had their first semester, so let's say we've got a first semester freshman, right? They're home for Christmas. And what you might notice is they're rethinking everything now after this first semester. So they're rethinking their major, or maybe they're rethinking their chosen field of study. And it might be like, Mom, Dad, you know, I really thought I wanted to be an engineer. I really did. But I'm not enjoying the coursework so far. And I'm not really sure that this is the right path for me. Okay. This might be something that you're experiencing right now with one of your children. So it's a really good time to support them. You know, if they're readjusting their path to something that feels right for them. And it's also a good time for you as the parent to readjust your path for something that feels right for you in your life if you don't quite have that yet. All right. So those are the transits for this week, and then the major one for next week. And I will leave you with that, and we will talk to our caller. We've got lovely Evelyn from Tupelo, Mississippi. Hi, Evelyn.
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm okay.
Good.
Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah. So tell me, would you like tarot or astrology today?
Tarot will be fine.
Okay. All right, Evelyn. And I'm going to go ahead and shuffle the cards. And as I'm shuffling the cards, I just wanted to let you know that I was born and raised in Mississippi, in Jackson. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Born and raised there. My mom is still there. So I come back frequently to Mississippi.
Okay. I lived there about 10 years.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear you.
I lived there myself about 10 years.
Oh, 10 years. Okay. Okay, wonderful. All right, Evelyn. So is there a particular question that you have with tarot, or did you just want a general spread?
General. I've been through quite a bit, so anything would help.
Anything will help. Okay, so let's just see where we are, Evelyn, okay? Now, I'm shuffling the cards right now, and I want you to tell me when to stop.
Okay.
Okay, whenever you're ready for me to stop, just let me know.
Okay, you can stop. Thank you.
All right, so let's stop here and let's see what we've got. Okay. Okay. Yeah, and I definitely see what you're talking about when you say that you've been through a lot, because the card that comes up that kind of shows me the situation that you're dealing with right now, we do have the moon. All right, and so one of the themes, whenever I have the moon, one of the themes is friend or foe. So sometimes this can mean that there was hidden information that came out, or something that was kept from us that we just learned about recently, or there could be someone in our life that, you know, we thought had really good intentions for us and then we find out otherwise. Does any of this make sense to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. And so that's the situation that you're dealing with right now. And I know that the challenge card that we do have the Nine of Swords. And, with the Nine of Swords, that represents a tremendous amount of worry, a tremendous amount of anxiety and racing thoughts. And it's like, I can't stop thinking about what I'm going through. And maybe there's a loop of like really limiting or negative thoughts that have been playing through your mind. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Now, the personal power card that we actually have the World that comes up, which is a very, very good major arcana card. So within this situation right now, of things that you've had that seem really limiting to some extent, there's also an area of your life where there's the potential right now for something really good to come or something magical to happen. So I want you to keep your mind open, all right? So it might seem as if everything right now is really draining, but there's also the potential here for there to be something wonderful. So keep your mind open to the possibilities right now that you have, and for there to be the potential for things to actually work well in your favor. Does this make sense?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Now I want to ask about, we've got the King of Pentacles here. So I want to ask about the male that would be in your life that would be either a Taurus, Virgo, or Capricorn. Do you have a male in your life that would be a Taurus, Virgo, or Capricorn?
No, I'm a Capricorn.
Okay. You're a Capricorn?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you're the Capricorn. Okay, so we've got the King of Pentacles here, and so with your energy, when we're talking about you as a Capricorn, I want to know, because it feels to me as if you could be the type of lady who's very take charge. It's like when you need to do something, it's like, I will take the bull by the horns. I will get it done. I'm not going to depend on anyone else to do anything for me. Does that make sense to you?
Well, of course.
Okay, all right, yeah. A woman after my own heart. All right, a woman that takes charge. Okay, yes. So what I'm feeling here with this King of Pentacles, there is this energy here about money and finances. And, there are several cards within this spread that really look as if money or finances is one of the themes or the messages of this spread. So I feel that in 2 weeks, within the next 2 weeks, it does feel as if there's a favorable turn or shift, especially as far as financial events are related to you. Does this make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then what's even better is over the next 4 weeks, over the next month, I do have the Empress card that has come up as well. This is also a card, when we're talking about the Empress, we're talking about the planet Venus. And Venus is the planet of what I love, what brings me pleasure, how I relate to other people, what I find fun to do, and also money as well. So there's 2 money cards that have come up for you over the next month. So it seems as if there is a positive shift in the area of finances yet again. Okay?
Finally.
Okay, yeah. And then, the answer card here, Evelyn, it's beautiful. We've got the Nine of Cups. This is one of the best in the whole spread, the Nine of Cups. This is the card of I'm feeling really fulfilled. I'm feeling a sense of fulfillment. I'm feeling loved. I'm feeling loving towards other people. And as if, I've got the world in the palm of my hand. Okay. So, like I said, there's the potential for something really, really wonderful to happen. Now, what I do want you to keep in mind, I do have the Five of Wands. And with the Five of Wands, there could be conflict. okay? Conflict with other people, conflict coming from other people. So over the next few weeks, knowing that there is the potential for that, you are going to circumvent that because you're aware, you're coming from a different level of awareness, and you're not going to buy into conflict with other people, okay?
And that's what I've been working on.
Very good. Way to go, Evelyn. Okay, so continue to focus on that. We only have a few seconds left. Completely forget about the conflict. Step right past it and focus on the good that is coming to you, okay?
Okay, thank you so much.
You're so welcome, Evelyn. Thank you for calling.
All right, have a great day.
You too. And thank you all for joining me today on Stellar Parenting. The stars may guide us, but we hold the power to shape our destiny. So keep shining bright, let your inner light lead the way. And until next time, I hope you all have a happy holiday.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from tarotwithsteph.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Mini Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
All right. Hi, guys. Welcome. Happy Hump Day. Happy Wednesday. I'm your mini medium on the A1R Psychic Radio and the Always Forever Beautiful Moonstruck TV. And I am so happy to be here today and share my beautiful gifts with everybody, especially during these holiday seasons where I think times get a little bit tough, and sometimes just hearing some healing messages, some comforting messages, giving some people some hope, I think is what is ultimately, why I do what I do. So I can't wait to see what happens tonight and the beautiful messages. I've been getting such amazing connections, even with the other side, with our loved ones in spirit. We're still in that full moon energy where the veil between us and the other side is still very thin. So it'll be interesting to see if those messages come in, or just connecting with, with my psyche, my intuition, that claircognizance. So excited to see where we go. And as usual, I have pulled an affirmation card. And the affirmation for those of you who are not aware, maybe those who are aware and listen, I love the affirmations. They share these beautiful messages, and really affirming to yourself, promising yourself that you're going to do these things. And I love it. It's kind of like your own personal mission statement, right? So the message, I am starting to get some weird energy right in the throat chakra. Anytime I start to channel spirit, it's the weirdest thing. Those who follow me know me. I will get this weird thing in my throat. So it's my sign that there's a soul trying to step in and give a message. Also, apparently, when I've been told when I start to channel the other side, I mess with my lips. So I'll sit and do weird things, I guess. But anyway, so if you start seeing me do that kind of stuff, then, we probably have a soul coming in. Someone's loved one in spirit. Anyhow, so the affirmation for the week. Now, this is for everybody out there. And I hope that this resonates and it connects with you all and will help you kind of get through your week even better. So it says, I have confidence in myself. I am ready for everything that life offers me. I love this. I have confidence in myself. I am ready for everything that life offers me. So having that trust and that confidence within yourself, knowing that, you are going to be in control of your happiness and your future in the journey. So everything will work out beautifully. It's all about putting that, manifesting, right? Manifesting what you want to have happen in your life. So I I hope you all can take some time to manifest what you are wanting to have happen in your life, especially as we go into next year, because next year we are in the year of the 9, and the year of the 9 is about ending old cycles. It's about mending old ties. It's about connecting with your soul, with your purpose. So it'll be interesting to see, how next year goes for you all, for myself. I'm actually super excited about next year, and we're going to end this year on a beautiful note. So, all right, my friends. Well, I am super excited. This next caller is from my home state of Utah. This is Maria. Hi, Maria. How are you?
Hi, I'm good. And yourself?
I'm doing great, hon. I'm doing wonderful. How can I help you tonight?
Well, I just need some guidance. And just whatever you want. Just whatever you can see or not see, but you feel, or
sure.
Mostly guidance with with some stuff that is going on in my life.
Okay, hon. Sure, no problem. I'm going to pull a couple cards for you just to kind of see how they may be meshing with, with what visions I'm starting to get. So
Okay.
now oftentimes I will get numbers, and today I've been seeing the number 23 very strongly. Do you connect with the number 23? Does that resonate with you?
That's actually my daughter's date of birth.
I'm sorry, say that again, hon?
Yeah, that's my daughter's date of birth, the 23rd.
Oh, Beautiful. Okay, well, we were meant to meet. This is why I was seeing the number 23. I love it. Beautiful. So your daughter's birthday. Okay. Well, there must be a beautiful either your guides and my guides working together to let us know that you and I are going to be connecting. And it's interesting because the cards that I pulled for you, this one particular card is really validating some of the things I'm seeing that, that connect with kind of with your daughter, but as a family as a whole. So I know there's been, you're wanting some guidance, and I really feel for you, hun. There's a lot of energy that is really very, I don't know if I want to say intense, or there's just been some kind of negative energy around the family right now. Have you been feeling that?
Yes, I have.
Yeah. Okay, hun. And I feel like, our kids, they are they're very mindful and they're very smart, and they know when, there's been some issues or tension around. And I feel like your daughter, the reason I'm seeing her birth date is because she, regardless of her age, she's very intuitive, very empathic. Have you noticed her responding to that energy?
Yes, I have.
Yeah. Okay, hun. So just some things I see, with some guidance for you. It is such a beautiful time for you, hun. And I see this coming, by the way, that next year, as we get into, I'm looking at about 2 months. So January, maybe February, there's some changes of turning new pages as I see it. So you've got some changes in your family dynamics, and some changes, with relationships in your life, specifically with, if you have a significant other, you're married or dating, whatever it may be. And that guidance I feel for you is to listen to your beautiful intuition. You have an amazing intuition. Mother's intuition is always on point anyways. Are you an air sign? Do you know what your zodiac sign is?
My birthday was last week. Sagittarius.
Okay, so you're that. Yeah, you're that fire sign. That is that fire. Well, happy birthday, by the way. Happy belated. That's awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah. Are you in a relationship? Are you married or dating?
Married.
Married. Okay. Do you know what your spouse's zodiac sign is?
I think he's last month. He's a Scorpio, so.
Okay. He's a Scorpio. Okay. So you've got that. He's a water sign. He's got some water there. Yeah. So, yeah. So if you the reason I'm asking, because you've got, your husband's a water sign, you're a fire sign. And when you look at water and fire, water will put out the fire, right? But if there's a layer of if there's a layer of oil that sits on top of the water, the fire will stay lit on top of that to where the water will not put out that fire. So I feel like, to kind of put it in perspective, that thin layer of oil that I see is the wedge between you and your spouse. So there's some issues there I feel that need to be worked on. Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay, hon. And your beautiful daughter that I picked up on is very intuitive and picking up on this, Mama. So be mindful of that, okay?
Okay.
I feel like there's a sense of you stepping out of your comfort zone of being, home, and not going out very much. I feel kind of staying in your house, kind of like hermit, and I feel like that you are going to be breaking out of that shell next year, hon. So, and I love this for you. So please think about doing this, okay?
Okay.
Does that scare you to do that?
No, actually it doesn't, because I've been wanting for the longest time to get out of my comfort zone.
Good.
So I look forward for that. I really do.
Good. Oh, I'm so happy for you. Oh, I'm excited. I'm excited to see where you head. And I live in Utah as well. So I saw that you're in Utah. So I think that's amazing. And I think that, here in Utah, we get the snow and we kind of get that seasonal depression. And I feel you get that as well. So get out of the house. Yep. I have it really bad too. And I don't like the cold. I don't do well with the cold. So, even just getting yourself out of the house, but get out of that comfort zone. I feel like things will start to get better. The energy will be better. The family dynamics will be better. It really is the energy that you are going to put out there that everyone else is going to feed off of. So definitely listen to that intuition. And that's what you just told me, is that you are ready to step out of your comfort zone. So it's time to break those old cycles of not, listening to that and doing these things. So please do that this next year. Okay.
I will. Yes, I sure will.
Okay. I love it. And I'll tell you, before we wrap up with your call, but I've been sitting here and just, when I start to pick up on energy or souls on the other side, I have got I'm going on mom's side, so I'm maternal, and I've got a beautiful mother soul coming in, or mother energy. So has your mom's mom passed, your grandmother?
Yes, she did in 2019.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I feel her here, and there's a sense of validating that she's like wanting to tell you that the women in our family are strong. She just keeps saying. So you hold that, that image and that strength that I feel she knows you have. Okay.
Okay.
I think that's beautiful.
Yeah, and I was just thinking about my grandma too. So I'm so glad to hear that.
Oh my gosh, I love that. And when you are thinking of your loved ones, it's not a coincidence. They're right there. Their soul is right next to you. So that's just her way of letting you know that she was with you. I think it's beautiful.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh, you're so welcome, hon. Well, I hope this gave you some comfort and some guidance and excitement for next year. And I wish you the best. Have a great, happy holiday, and Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, all the goodness.
Thank you. Same to you. I really appreciate all of this.
Oh my gosh, you're so welcome, hon. It was a pleasure to talk to you, and you have a wonderful night. Thank you for calling in.
You as well. And happy holidays to you too. And thank you so much.
Right.
You have a good night as well. Goodbye.
You're welcome, hon. You're welcome. Bye-bye. All right. Beautiful. We have time for another caller. And this, I believe, is Sherry from San Diego, I believe. Hi, Sherry. This is the mini medium. How are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great. How can I help you tonight, my friend?
I was just kind of hoping to see if anything stuck out for me for the next year.
Okay, sure. I love it. I've been doing a lot of readings about just kind of what's going to happen next year. And,
I've been feeling a shift.
Yeah, it's, I don't know if you heard me mentioning earlier, but we're coming into the year of the 9, and the 9 is the ending of old cycles. So the stuff that hasn't been serving you in a good way, letting go of the things or the people that have not been serving you in a good way, and beginning new beginning, of journeys, new cycles, and even mending old ties, that have been needing to be mended. So I think it's going to be an interesting, beautiful new year. So, okay. All right, my friends. So I pulled a few cards to see kind of what's meshing with what my visions are showing me. And I'll tell you, you pulled this beautiful moon card. And I love this card for you. I'm going to show it on the camera here. But in this card, the moon card, she's underwater. And she is kind of floating underwater, if you will. And then the big, beautiful moon. And then we've got the white wolf and the black wolf. This really connects with you, my friends, so beautifully. This is about getting yourself centered and grounded. Now, when we are underwater, it is the closest we can get to sensory deprivation. So you can't hear anything, you can't really see anything, you can't feel anything, and you're left with your thoughts. And I really feel that's how this next year is going to be for you, is about quieting yourself, quieting the outside noise. You have a lot of people that sure like to give their opinions about you. I don't know what this is.
Yeah.
I'm like, yep. I'm like, girl, you need to put some earmuffs on and not listen.
I have a lot of people that depend on me too.
Yes, and that is very true. And that's hard. It's really hard because, I think most of the people I feel that are, around you and that are that quote unquote noise, they mean well, but sometimes we have to just say, thank you. I love you. And, I respect your opinion, but I really need to do what I feel is right. And I feel like that's going to be how things are going to be this next year for you. And that balance of the good and the bad, the light and the dark, the positive, the negative, if there will be.
Yeah.
It's so interesting because I am, wow. Okay. So I'm looking at your cards a little bit too, and there is this Emperor card that is reversed. So it means it's upside down. There's some male energy, if you will. There's a source of some male energy that I really feel, and I would suggest that you cut that energetic cord. So this means there's some man in your life. It doesn't have to be anyone that's a significant other or someone romantic, but there's a sense of even maybe back in the childhood days of where it's like living our life for what this male wanted for us, but we're not really wanting to do that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Okay. So cut that cord.
I think it's my father.
I agree. I agree.
Yeah.
I say this is your dad, but and again, it means well. Thinks they know the best, but right now you're just in such a beautiful.
I'm very different than the rest of my family.
Yes, you are.
I'm very different in the way that I think and the way that I move, and and they don't understand me at all. They lean on me and depend on me, but they don't understand me.
Agreed. And, and sometimes we feel taken advantage of when that happens, right?
Yeah.
It's like, well, you lean on me, you rely on me, but I am me. And you have to understand that, everything I'm doing for you is who I am, and you're not, accepting that part. And I can relate, my friend, more than you know. I say I'm the black sheep of my family.
Yeah. We've had a lot too, and everybody's turned to me to get them through some tough periods, and it causes a real imbalance, I guess.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, I feel, all of this is going to be coming to kind of a completion, if you will. These cycles, I feel, are going to be coming to an end, and I do feel that here, right about April of next year, April, May, so right in that spring-ish time, summertime, I think you're going to see you're going to be pleasantly surprised with some of the people in your life changing their mindset, and even you getting some reward back from all of what you've been doing. So don't change who you are. Keep doing what you're doing. I feel like you're a beautiful spiritual soul, by the way. You have an amazing vibrational energy.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I do want to tell you too, let me ask you, I should say. I asked my last caller and it fit beautifully with her. I will get numbers during the day, and it's just my visions of either someone on the other side wanting to validate their presence, or it's, our spirit guides working together. But the number 23 has been very, just very in my face, if you will. So does that number connect with you in any way?
It's my son's age.
Oh, I love this. Beautiful. My last caller, it was her daughter's birthday. So this is the universe and our spirit guide saying, yep, we're working together. We're going to align you with Stephanie and we're going to get all this beautiful guidance. So, so with your son being 23, I have a daughter that's 24. So I got you there. I know how that is. Yes. So, I'm going to tell you, Mama, don't worry about him. I feel like he's going to start getting himself on track. There is a sense of just some, a little bit of worry, but he's got a good head on his shoulders,
He does.
Again, it's trusting in that. Now, is he married or in a relationship?
He's in a new relationship. It's very serious. Okay. It's getting very serious quickly.
Yes, ma'am. And that's what I see. So you might be seeing an engagement coming, Mama.
You might. Yeah. I have been having visions of that. Things just keep popping into my head. So
yep,
I think you're right.
I agree. And I wouldn't be surprised if that comes sooner than you think. So,
yeah.
You'll be just as surprised as the new bride will be, as the girl will be.
Is it a good connection? It seems like it, but I don't know her very well.
Yeah. Well, and I think that's also where we have to look at kind of the lessons that we're personally going through in our life of, how other people see us. And we go, gosh, that's really not who I am. So now these are the beautiful lessons of going, well, maybe I don't know her, but I also want to get to know her because I want other people to get to know me, for who I truly am. So this is how the universe works. It's all about that flow of energy.
Right.
But I'm excited. I feel like this will be, a beautiful next year and all these changes and new beginnings. And I really do feel like you have a new opportunity coming as well that is going to kind of segue, if you will, and mesh with your job, what you're doing now. So you've got some new addition to what you're doing now that I think is going to take off like crazy. So
it's funny you say that. I keep feeling that. And what normally happens for me is I start to feel something.
Yeah.
And I get comfortable with the feeling. And then all of a sudden it'll start showing itself to me. And I've been feeling it, but I can't see it yet.
Yeah. Yep.
So what I'm doing now was kind of the same thing. And then one day I was meditating and it all kind of came in. And I saw how it was going to happen, and it just unfolded exactly that way.
Oh, good.
And so I haven't seen anything yet. Like, I feel it. I really am feeling it big.
I love it.
But I don't see it yet. So
it'll come. And remember, yeah, of course. Yeah, not just validating, but I always say it's nice to feel validated so we don't feel like we're losing our minds or we're
right.
crazy.
Right.
Well, and I love too that this moon card is all about quieting everything and listening to your thoughts and trusting that everything that you are seeing or hearing or feeling is actually what's to come. It's just giving it out to the universe and trusting that, when the right time is there, you'll know when it is. And, and it'll hit you like a bright light of epiphany. I've had this happen. It's like, oh my gosh, I got it. So I think patience is the hardest part, right? Patience is not, not my virtue. What is your zodiac sign?
Scorpio.
Okay. So you're that water sign, which is what that moon card is all about that water. So and water and air, I'm an air sign, I'm a Gemini, and water and air signs are really good about going with the flow and just kind of, fitting wherever we need to fit. But if anything, hits really hard out of nowhere, then boy, it could be, a catastrophe.
So, I've had a lot of those big things hit over the last 5 years, maybe.
Yeah.
And I just feel like we're finally past that. I feel like I'm moving past that and it's getting peaceful again.
Yes, I agree.
I don't know if it is. I mean, it hasn't been long enough yet, but that's what it feels like.
Oh, I agree.
And that's kind of what I'm taking that card. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm taking that card as too, is that it's moving back into that space, because that's how I normally function. Is I'm very quiet and I listen and it's really flow with the universe. And life has just hit me so hard from so many directions over the last couple of years that I haven't. And I feel like I've tried and I've done my best, and, I'm juggling things and trying to hear and, move like I'm guided and all of that. But it's a lot. Yeah. It's a lot. Yeah. It feels crazy sometimes. So I know I've been really yearning for that peace again and that sort of solitary space.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. No, I love it. Well, I'll tell you, I've got about 45 seconds in my show here, but I want to tell you, you are so on track. I don't feel you're lost. So keep moving forward. And I will be sending you lots of good, positive energy and love and light. Okay.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. And have a happy holiday. We'll talk to you soon, hopefully.
You too. Okay.
All right. Bye-bye. All right, my friends, that's a wrap. What a great show. Great night. I will see you guys next week, possibly. Yes. Oh, gosh, that's the holidays, huh? Maybe Merry Christmas. Are we going to do Christmas? Maybe. We'll see. Okay. Love you. Bye.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network. and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the mini medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from Tarot with Steph. You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Psychic Paths with Suzanne Marie. Live from PsychicPaths.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Psychic Path on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio tonight. I am Suzanne Marie with Psychic Paths, and I'm here to do a good reading. I hope that everyone is doing well. I hope that everyone is being kind and being loving, and I hope that everyone feels love. And I really hope that everyone is taking care of themselves this time of the season. I hope that you're getting plenty of rest and that you get to do what you want to do in order to make yourself happy. This is very important this time of year. We often, as givers, go and do our best to make everyone else happy, and we forget ourselves. So whether it's reading a good book or taking a walk or doing fishing or a special bath, please do it, because we can get very, very drained during the holiday season. So that's loving yourself. And you need to love yourself. You need to love yourself because you're important and you matter. And all the people that love you and care about you and need you, they want you to take care of yourself too. You can't do anything unless you, numero uno, gets taken care of and loved. So please take that time for yourself. There is a Nicole in Pennsylvania. Hello.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Doing well. I'm doing well. No cough this week. I'm getting rid of a cold and it's working. What can I do for you? What can I answer for you this week?
I was hoping to connect with a loved one.
Okay. Let me see if I can connect to your energy and then connect to them. Hang on one second.
Okay.
Let me see what Spirit says. So you have an older lady on the other side that comes through. She's very nosy. She must be like a grandmother. Let me see what else comes through. Two gentlemen have come through too. One is older, and it seems to be a very hard worker. He loved manual work, it seems. But he's very, very strong. His personality and very, very tough. So it feels like he came from the school of hard knocks. The other one seems kind of young. Teenage. Do any of those resonate?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sensing the older lady is like a grandmother, and she's just being nosy. Um, the strong guy, he seems to be an uncle. Feels like an uncle. I'd like to say a grandfather, but he's so tough. You know, it's like if he tells you to sit down, you sit down. You don't question him. Um, and what I'm picking up is there's more youth. There's more youth that has passed.
You're saying the younger gentleman?
Yes. And he says that there's other children that have passed away too. So he's just letting me know that and feel that. Um, I pick up. I'm talking to the teenage guy, and he says that he was reckless when he was alive. So I'm picking up that maybe he's passed by being reckless. He seems like a someone that always made people laugh. And maybe that's part of the kind of recklessness. He didn't care how he acted or anything to make an impression on people. Have you lost a child? Have you lost a small child
No.
or anyone near you? Because I do get that someone in your family had a child, like an infant, pass. So just there for you, because they come through when people are asking for the other side. Is your mom still alive? Because there's a younger woman than the older woman.
Yes, my mom is still living.
Okay. She's with your mother, but she's more like a friend, I think, that came through. So she says she passed away about 2 years ago, 3 years ago, and she's a friend of your mother's, and she loves makeup. She's wearing a lot of makeup. Um, do you resonate with the kid? Because I just love his energy. He's just like, a very positive attitude is what I'm picking up. Very relaxed, laid back kind of a person.
And you said he's a teenager?
Yeah, I'd say anywhere from 16 to 20, I would say.
It doesn't resonate with me.
Those are the ones that I'm picking up. You may not remember this, but he's telling me that a long time ago that there was an outdoor activity, and that's where you and him were. And it does seem like a Christmas situation. There's a red furniture or sleigh or barn, but it's outside, and it feels like it's in a rural place, is what he's saying. It feels like he passed away from a car accident. He was being very reckless with a car. And I'm picking up that he had passed away from that. Is there anyone specific you would like to say, get over here?
Yes, I would like to see if I could connect with, his name is Ryan.
Did he pass away recently?
Within the last year.
Okay. He has reluctance. I do feel a reluctance to come forward. His reluctance is sort of like he didn't get to do what he wanted to do, and it feels like he thinks that you'll be mad at him or angry with him. Or is that just his attitude that he doesn't want to try?
I'm not sure.
He feels very, very reluctant. And he seems to carry some kind of grudge. There's a grudge with him. I'm trying to pick up more, but I really can't. He's making it impossible.
Okay.
I'm sorry. You may
okay.
try another reader, but I just feel like there's some kind of reluctance that he don't want to deal with. He don't want to deal with something that was here in this lifetime. And if you can tell me what that is, that would be helpful. But he's just like, no, And so that's what I get.
I'm actually not sure. I don't know.
Talk to him. You can talk to him in spirit tonight before you go to bed. Just start talking to him and tell him, when I want you to come forward, please come forward. I don't have any bad feelings or anything. Just come through when I ask you to. Okay? Talk to him.
Okay.
All right, honey. I am so sorry. You have a good night, and thank you for calling.
Thank you. You too.
Good night. Thank you, everyone, for listening and for calling in. I'll see you next week.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Insights with Solaris with Jennifer. Live from Solaris.1. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Insights with Solaris on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Good evening, good morning, whenever and wherever you are watching this. Welcome to another episode of Insights with Solaris, where I'm your host. I'm Jennifer, a tarot reader for over 10 years with over a dozen certifications from sound therapy to Reiki healing. And those of you who have joined us before, you'll know that I start out with a collective message. So this is just a message, reading the collective energies to help you navigate what is going to be happening over the next week until the end of the year. And it does seem like the collective energies, you guys got a lot to get done before we go into 2025. There's a lot of changes and paths you are going to be proposed or introduced to. And so keep an eye out for different options, because this is going to help take you down new paths within 2025. I do see and this is going to be specific people, I am feeling earth energy. So if your sun, moon, or rising is earth sign, there is a man of significance coming towards you that is just going to be supporting you along the way. So this could be a significant other helping you get the house together for the holidays, to a boss coming in to provide a little bit extra help. So strange that I said health. Let's talk about into that. So those of you who also have been wanting to either get healthier as a New Year's resolution, or you've been a little bit concerned about your health, please do the emotional work with your physical health. What these cards are showing is that when our emotional state is more balanced or is more positive, that has a direct impact of our physical health. So anybody who's been struggling a little bit or have family members be struggling, just feel into these emotions to kind of help you through whatever situation that you are seeing. And again, pay attention to the number 4 I am hearing. And if you see any mourning doves, so if you see those 2 signs, know that everything is going to be cleared out. And let's see, just one last message. I'm feeling one last message for collective. Be careful driving, especially everyone who's traveling for the holidays. If you've been worrying about your car, if you've been having car issues, is coming into a good period to consider buying a new car, or you may come up into some transportation issues. Again, look for that man of significance to help you through any type of obstacles that you find. So enjoy the rest of your week and just keep those things in mind. And today we have Joan from Virginia. Hello, Joan. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. What type of questions do you have tonight?
Oh, where is my life going and how soon?
All right. Yeah, it's always good to kind of check in with yourself when we're about to go into the beginning of a new year. Oh, you have some, and I'm liking this for you. I'm liking this for you already. Have you started a new romantic relationship?
No.
No? Oh, because I'm seeing a partnership coming forward with some communication. Are you currently in a relationship?
Yeah.
Okay. So underneath that position, I do see like there's a decision coming forward, one that you necessarily have not been wanting to make a decision about. Sometimes we pretend like there's no problem when because we just don't know how to deal with what to do next. So in the near future, in the next 3 months, there are going to be some shifts and some different type of communication on the romance front. So if you've been wanting to
go for somebody else, I hope.
So I'm seeing these. I feel positive in these cards. So if you're not happy right now, it's not. I'm gonna get more information and figure out who this is. But I'm seeing this as something very positive, because underneath we do have, hey, not wanting to make a decision and moving forward in the next 3 months. So
you can't get any worse right now.
Oh, all right. So just know in the next 3 months you are making that transition, okay? Because I do.
In Virginia Beach, or will I relocate?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Will I be in Virginia Beach, or will I move somewhere else?
Let's see.
Or will it be a new partner?
It does seem like someone new, what I'm seeing right now. So let's see. Spirit, can you give more information? And I am going to switch to light language just for a second to get that clarity. So yes, it's going to be a new person. You may not necessarily meet them in Virginia Beach, so keep that in mind because it does seem like there is travel involved. Whether or not you're moving, that is not necessarily clear right now, but just be aware if you are walking away and meeting this new person, it has an ability to become sort of like an affair. So there's going to be a lot of passion. But that's not necessarily a bad thing.
Just somebody I already know.
Let's see. No, it feels like someone you don't know yet. It's going to be someone either a bit younger than you or someone who just has an artistic spirit. And it's got, honestly, it seems like it could turn into an affair type situation. Whether or not you want to do that or not, it just seems like there could be a bit of a juggling your emotions when you meet this new person. I am not seeing it last straight away because there is a time for you to go in to learn a little bit more about balance and patience. So that is coming forward because at the end of you have this ending here, end of a difficult situation because you're coming in, you need to make that decision on what you're going to do next. And even if
what's not going to happen right away.
So in the next 3 months, that's what I'm seeing, 3 to 6 months. But particularly in the next 3 months, that's where you're going to have more shifts. All right. And
so it's going to be a long-term thing?
This one does not look like long-term, but it is working for you to learn some lessons here because it's going to push you forward into a different direction. Then you're going to have a longer period where you're alone and you're reflecting on things. And if you take that time and learn your patience and go with inward and kind of reflect on everything that has previously happened, then you're going to come into somebody that a reconnection of somebody you have met before. This is probably not someone you were in a relationship in the past, but it does seem like it's someone that you could either have grown up with, went to school with, or just a reconnection here. So a decision you're going to have to make on
your own. It's going to be a long time till I'm happy here.
Not necessarily, okay? So I do see this initial person who's coming forward. You're going to have fun with them, if that's right, but it doesn't seem like it's going to last. And now I'll have to reiterate.
How about my housing? That's really, real important.
Okay, your
housing.
housing.
I can be homeless.
All right, so it does seem like as far as your housing goes, things are working into your favor and you are being moved into a new direction. However, I would like to point out that it is going to be very easy to start arguing about housing situations. But can I have more information about this? Okay. Sorry, I was talking to Spirit. So it does seem like there's going to be a change in housing as well. Again, I do not see it in this month, but possibly just as the cold months are ending and it's starting to warm up again. Be careful when signing a new lease or a mortgage contract, whatever contract that you have to sign when you're moving into a new place. Take care and read the fine print. Make sure that there's no hidden fees or anything like that, because I do see a little bit of that coming forward. But take a leap of faith as well. Of course, do all the legal things, right? But take a leap of faith for that new direction, because you have a lot of options. You're going to have to make that decision, right? You've been putting off this decision. In order for you to make those changes that you want to see, right? To find that happiness you're looking for, you got to look at what's in front of you and what the things you have been avoiding. Because until you take that blindfold off and choose which way you want to go, you're going to continue to be stuck.
Well, could he be the one just in a better circumstance than I'm with now?
On your with now, okay. How does he see? Okay, how does she? Potential outcome. Best and highest interest of everyone.
And Crystal, if you're there, Mama loves you.
Yeah, sorry, I'm still here. No.
My daughter passed away. I was just talking to her in case she heard me.
Okay. So as far as your current relationship, it does not seem very founded in actual emotion. So on your side, you're seeing competing goals, you're having conflict. Overall energy is also a lot of conflict. And I don't like to see that for a relationship. It seems like you guys were meant to come together to learn lessons, right? And both of you need to decide what direction you want to go. There is this Lover's card that came out, but again, I'm not feeling those warm and fuzzy feelings when I'm looking at the combination of these cards. There is a possibility of working and improving this relationship and starting it a little bit new to kind of change the dynamics. But the competing energy I see for you and for your current partner, they're just not together, not willing to align at this time in order to get to this outcome. So unless there's been some major shifts between you and this other person, it's possible, right? It's possible here, but I'm not seeing that you guys are willing to do that at this moment. Now, should you both choose to come together like, hey, we need to go back, we need to come in and try something new and both commit to that. Yes, absolutely. Again, I'm not seeing that right now. And I do see this new person coming in, trying to get your attention. And it's going to be a lot of physical things, a lot of fire energy. But again, it's not going to last until you take a break and you reflect. And when you're able to do that, that's when you're coming into that peace, the peace in yourself and relationships.
The other one could last if I was in a different place. When they were talking about, like, that could last if I was in a better spot.
Oh, okay. So we're running out of time. So you may want to go back and watch the video on the Facebook page or on the website because we only have 30 seconds left. I do want to, this is unrelated to romance, but just take a quick breath and make sure that you are being a team player during the holidays. That's going to be very important.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyons.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is New York City Celebrity Psychic on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, darling. I'm Perry Lyons. I assume you're looking this way, so I'll try to look this way, but what's going on with my camera? That's neither here nor there. Hello. Merry Christmas. Happy almost Hanukkah. Happy solstice. Almost. Happy December things. I don't know if you guys follow me on Facebook, where I'm Perry Lyons, PERILYONS, but I posted a very important seasonal warning about ninja penguins. I suggest you read it. Anyway, hi. I used to work in retail during the holidays. Well, also every other day. I was a personal shopper at the Louis Vuitton flagship store, which oddly, you'd think it would pay a lot. You'd be wrong. They're French. They don't pay. But I love French people. Anyway, so I guess what I'm trying to say is after I was in retail for like 10 years, personal shopper at all these fancy stores. And so one of the nice things about working for myself these days is I don't have to listen to Christmas carols, which I love, Christmas songs, for 9 hours a day for 10 years. So, and there's some really odd, like, Christmas songs out there. Remember, I saw Mommy kissing Santa Claus. Like, that kid needs therapy badly. Or, all I want for Christmas is my 2 front teeth, my 2 front teeth, which I guess is nice, but whenever I sing it, I always sing it, all I want for Christmas is your 2 front teeth, and whoever I'm singing it near gets afraid and runs away. Anyway, happy holidays. I'm here for your deepest questions. They don't have to be holiday related, but if you want to randomly insert the word holly in there just so we know it's Christmas, it's fine. You don't have to. We're going to start off, and by we, I mean I know, oh, and I got plural, by doing the psychic tarot weather. Hooray! And so, I don't know if you can see my lights and my all that good stuff up there, but I'm feeling very holiday-ish. I'm going to draw 3 cards randomly. Oh, they're good. I never do this beforehand because that would be cheating. And the first card is the beginning of the week. Second card is like the weekend. Third card is up to next Wednesday. And then we start the whole thing over again. Wow, interesting. Okay. So here we go. First card, which, sorry, there we go. A lot of people were asking about jobs. There have been a lot of people sort of, let's just say people have been, how can I put this? People have been losing their jobs the last month. I had a lot of people calling about that. But the good news is there are going to be a lot of new hires in January and February and March. So I'm not really worried about you guys. In Japan, if somebody gets fired or downsized, people say, congratulations, because what they're saying is that wasn't a good fit for you, and now you're going to find something that's wonderful for you. That's really the feeling I have for all of you who are job hunting right now. And what's interesting is the first card here. I don't know if you can see it. Do this. It's a guy, if you can see, it's a stonemason in a cathedral. He's pointing out this groovy stone carving he just did to the 2 people who own the cathedral, who are dressed very strangely indeed. But what this means, I used to call this a record company card back when there were records and record companies, because I usually got it right before a musician got signed to a record contract, which meant that they were an artist, an individual. Hi, Christine, I'll be with you in a couple minutes. Do some deep breathing for me while you're waiting and think about your question. Thank you, baby. See you in a minute. So, where was I? Where am I? Who are you? Help. No, I'm kidding. So this is an artist or somebody with a creative personality working in a secure environment, because the cathedraly strange dressed people are going to ask the artist guy to come back and carve more stone thingamabobs next week and the week after that. So this is somebody who has maybe a creative nature who is going to be getting some sort of secure financial stability in the next, I would say within the next, 3 months, probably sooner. So interesting that showed up, because I wasn't trying for that. Okay, this one's a little, bear with me because there's a good outcome here, I think. When this card comes up, it's hard to really explain to the client that it's kind of a good thing, because essentially it looks like an incredibly depressed person looking at some spilled cups, which, I mean, spilled cups is like, dude, get over it. So this is a card of like, turn around, dude, see the 2 full cups behind you. It's a card, people get lonely sometimes in the holiday season, or we get nostalgic for our childhoods when we were clothed and fed and people did stuff for us and we didn't have to worry about anything. Well, I mean, worried about some things, but mostly like, what am I going to name my teddy bear? So it's saying that if you feel nostalgic or sad during the holiday season, because, families change and people come and go, remember that everything you've ever experienced that was wonderful is totally still in there, in you. And because as a psychic, I know that all time is now, and everything happens kind of at the same time, just in a really big room, oddly with red flocked wallpaper. But remember that even though it seems like in the past, there's a part of us that is in that moment forever, the happy moment. And in a way, I think when we go to the other side, and I can say this with some authority because A, I've been there myself, and B, I talk to people who are there on a regular basis, and they back me up on this. They're not backing me up on the Ninja Penguin thing, but they're backing me up on everything else. I think that we get to stay in our happiest moments for as long as we want. We can do that now. The last is an interesting card. It's from a deck that's about animals. Don't go away, dear. I'll be with you in 1 second. It's called Crow Spirit. And Crow Spirit means you're in a great time right now to, I'm going to use the M word, manifest, to make another M word, make things happen for yourself. It's about co-creating with spirit, whatever you want to call the universe, spirit, Bob, it's up to you. So the other thing is crows are just awesome. I don't want to keep my beloved caller waiting, but crows are really smart and they're very cool. And that's all I'm going to say. And you're cool too. Hi, dear. Are you still there? Thank you for waiting.
Of course I'm here. Hi.
Oh, bless you. Hello, Daron. How are you?
Hi. I'm okay.
Good, thanks. Tell me your first name again, because it flashed on the screen, and I have the memory of a concussed duckling. So tell me your first name again.
Christine.
Nice name. Hello. Thank you, Christine. Hi. And I like to connect people through their birthday. When's your birthday, my dear?
August 14th, 1958.
Oh, cool. Your year of the, this is going to sound bad, but it's actually a great thing. Your year of the dog in Chinese astrology. And you're, of course, a wonderful Leo. I love Leos. Oh, I'm Moon and Leo. So aren't they great? I'm a Pisces, but I'm Moon and Leo. I have Leo envy. If I was going to start like a clinic where people could fly and get their signs changed, like a sign reassignment clinic, I would be a Leo. So, I was going to say something else. What was it? So how can I help you, my angel?
I have had some health challenges, and I find myself sabotaging myself very often. And I would like to know what's behind that, or I want it, and then I find this subconscious part just sabotaging, and it's really taken me down.
Okay, I can tell you a couple of things right off. A, this is fixable because you're talking to somebody who is widely known and loved as the empress of unbelievably effective self-sabotage. So, I mean, I had the manager of the then manager of the Rolling Stones come see me sing one night. I was a cabaret singer in New York. He saw me 3 different nights, and he was like, "I love you. You're a genius. You write songs. You're cute." I mean, I was cute back then. Now I'm 1,000,000 years old. But and so he said, "Please drop off a demo tape of your stuff at my office tomorrow." And you know what I did? I managed to fall down the steps and break my kneecap. And this is kind of before we all had cell phones. So I'm just saying, so I never got it to him. So, and I'm a jerk because I would be calling from a gold house with a platinum couch right now. However, what I can tell you is what you're doing is you're sabotaging yourself because there is some reason in your family of origin that somebody there felt they were in competition with you, or they didn't want you to shine. Or the other thing is there are a lot of beautiful moms out there who want to keep us safe. And sometimes they confuse love and fear. So you might have had, I'm going to say mother, who worried so much about you and kind of didn't want you to get so big that people would want to hurt you or be jealous of you.
I wouldn't be, well, I wouldn't be safe. So my mom was very controlling because she had a lot of fear. And she was also jealous of me because my father, I was the firstborn girl, and my dad, I had my dad's eye. So that was really hard for her.
Yeah, I totally get that. That's what I was picking up on. So we got that first part done. What I would like you to do, so this is an odd question. Do you sing at all?
No.
Okay.
Well, that's not true. I do. I stand. I don't sing. I stand. Yes.
Well, just how can I put this? When I'm walking around the house doing stuff, I sing because I'm a singer. But to keep my, just sort of keep myself amused. Or I've got a Buddhist chant I do, which goes Nam Myoho Renge Kyo. But it takes too long to spell out for you, but it's very good. You can look it up. I want you to do something where you're going, okay, there's something called heart song.
A heart song?
Well, I'm going to ask you to, you don't have to be a singer, and I'm not going to ask you to do it here. I'll just demonstrate it for you. When you're having any kind of emotion, and there is a point to this, so hold on. That maybe an emotion that we kind of want to get away from, or maybe we'd like to explore a little, so what I do is I first kind of go into my heart. I mean, not literally, I don't use a butter knife, but I'll sort of get still and I'll breathe in a way. I'll try to breathe into my heart, and then I will make some sort of sound. It doesn't have to be pretty, especially if nobody's there. So be like, you're kind of expressing the emotion through the sound. And if you do it for like 5 minutes, and don't judge yourself about how it sounds, just kind of express the emotion through the air and the sound. It's totally uncomplicated. Once you do it for 5 seconds, you'll get it. I had one client, I told that to her, and she sat in the bathtub and did it. And her husband almost had her committed. But if she woke up the next morning, she'd lost 5 pounds because she released so much stuff. So eventually what you're going to want to do is remember that your mother did love you, but she did confuse fear with love. She thought controlling you was the absolute best thing she could do for you. She was wrong. But remember that it came from a loving place, even if it was kind of effed up and wrong. But so connect with her love, and then just try to drop the other stuff. And Just connect to her love. Maybe halfway during the heart song, or you can do it like the third time you do that. And know that what she wants for you, is she still here?
Yes, she is.
Oh, okay. Lucky you. My mom isn't. Know that even for actions and tone of voice or approval or whatever, don't make it seem this way. What she wants the most for you is for you to be happy, successful, and kind of win. In the tug of war between mother and daughter, it's very important that eventually the daughter wins and doesn't feel guilty about it. You have a huge rebirth coming up, January, February, and March for you. You're going to have these emotional epiphanies. If you can find a therapist, that might not be a bad thing, or ketamine therapy, but you're going to notice, you're going to be letting go of a lot of past stuff that isn't working for you, because you have so much to give the world, and you tell yourself it's too late, and you are wrong. People live to a long time in your family. You haven't really even totally found your purpose yet. And as Albert Camus said,
kind of.
You haven't yet, but you haven't stepped fully into it. The way when you suddenly realize, oh my God, I want to serve. There's a part of you that feels like you have to reach. I'll stop talking in a second. I just got really excited here. Part of you that feels like you have to reach some sort of objective success, wealth, fame, and you've done some of that. But
my health, the health part is stepping out.
The health part. I'm not a doctor, so this is for entertainment purposes only. So first of all, I'd like you to start practicing something called radical acceptance. You're very, very self-critical, and you're such a good person. Bad people are never self-critical. That's why they're bad. But you're lovely. You really are. You're very hard on yourself, but you're lovely. So maybe when you start to criticize yourself, say like, I accept and love myself exactly the way I am. And trust me, after you do it 25,000 times, you'll start to believe it. I did.
Okay.
Second thing is there something, and again, entertainment purposes only, I can't legally do anything medical. I'm not a doctor, and I don't even play one on TV. My dad was. But I'm getting, this is a little weird. I'm getting kind of it's almost like a sluggish circulation thing, or Epstein-Barr or something. Do you have long COVID? Like it's not like
that's it. You've got it all. Yep, you've got it all. Right. It's viruses, cytomeglia, Epstein-Barr, and long COVID. Yeah.
If you wanted to write a testimonial on my Facebook page, I'd be really grateful, because I am so bad at self-promotion, but I just love your vibe. So what I would do.
Tell me your name, though. I didn't even get your name.
Oh, Perry, P-E-R-I, Perry, with a P is in pneumonia. My last name is Lyons, L-Y-O-N-S, Perry Lyons.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah, just contact me on Facebook, the personal page.
I will.
So here's what I would suggest. Go to your doctor, ask him if you can maybe do some, and what's worked for me, I have long COVID. I take a lot of vitamin B, very specific kinds. It's hard to get enough exercise at our age. And you also have some, I don't know if you have been diagnosed with it, you have a little arthritis. It feels like there's something coming on either in your hip or your lower back. Is that right?
Well, it's lupus, so it's inflammatory in the joint.
Okay, that's it. That's what I was picking up on. So for the new year, I would research anti-inflammatory diets. Take a buckload.
I'm doing that.
A bucket load of turmeric. I'm sure you're very intuitive about this. And you have some Virgo in your chart as well as Leo, so you're good at the health stuff.
I got Virgo rising.
Is that if you start working hard on your relationship with your mother, which is forgiving her, you don't have to forget it. But the word forgive means to drop. I had big beef with my brother. He and his wife just hated me. And I'm not used to people hating me. I'm nice. A little scatterbrained, but I'm nice. And it hurt more than anything. They cut me off and were telling people lies about me. It's like, why are you bothering? I'm not worth the energy. Come on, stop. But it wasn't, but it hurt for years. I mean, it hurt more than anything. I've been hit in the head with a piano. I know what pain feels like. But when I finally let it go, and forgive is from the Greek root to drop. And I don't know about you, but I save up these grievances like I'm going to present them to some invisible judge and they're going to like me again. They're not. Or I don't know if they are. But for you, I think trying to accept that your mother did the best she knew how. She came from a family of origin with no emotional toolkit, none.
Yep.
She really does love you. She, got her issues. And it's hard for a woman to watch her daughter grow into a beautiful young woman. It's hard. I don't even have a daughter. It was tough for my niece. Watched my niece turn into a beautiful woman. I'm like, are you competition? But you're very different people. What you have in common is that you both have enormous capacities for love. In this life, you're here partially to teach her how to trust her own generosity, how to trust her capacity for love. Does that make sense? Am I babbling?
Yeah.
Please tell me I'm not babbling.
No, you're not. I'm crying.
Oh, and the Camus quote I was going to do is the meaning of life is doing anything that makes us not want to off ourselves. So, but as soon as I think the inflammatory stuff and the Epstein-Barr, I found I did a long sort of forgiving my mother ritual after I loved her more than anything in the world. Moms and daughters. We're like that. It's hard. I did a long sort of forgiving ritual and I started to feel better. You have so much fatigue and it's because you're carrying her around in your back, which is tiring. And this is not a blame thing at all. And I'm not blaming you for your illness either. Illnesses, germs are germs. Illnesses are science is science. But I think you will feel better once you give yourself permission to outshine your mother, stand in your own light, and let her love you in the only way she knows how. Oh, that's the most I've ever talked in this show. What?
I have forgiven. I have worked with her, forgiven a lot, and there's more. I know.
Yes, but I know you have, because the ways in which you're different. You're not controlling at all. You're not a controlling, almost to a fault. There's a way in which you saw her be so controlling that you're almost live and let live to a fault. You're very kind and you're very generous. Not necessarily this. She's many good qualities, but I'm not sure the generous is one of them. You're very spiritually generous. And I'm in no way saying that you've done a huge amount of work. All I'm saying is that the last 5% is know that she loves you more than anything in the world. You're also her favorite. You don't have 4 siblings, do you?
What'd you say?
Oh, I said, you have 4 siblings, do you? I love you too. You're awesome. I haven't picked up an energy that like yours. I can't even tell you. You're so wonderful. I wish I could show you, like take a screenshot of my brain and show it to you. It's like, here's a screenshot of what's coming up for you. You are about to have the best 20 years of your entire existence. And you had some nice times because you're very loving and you have capacity for joy. But the best part of your life is coming up. I want you to really believe you have so much to offer the world. Anyway, do you have 4 siblings or 3?
I have 2 that are alive and 2 that passed. So I have 4.
Okay,
and I'm
so I was getting 4. Sorry about that. I'm so sorry. That's really hard. So yeah, you have 4 siblings. Me too. You were your mom's favorite, and she kind of felt so guilty about that she might have given you the exact opposite impression. Is that true?
I just felt like who I was not okay with her.
Yeah, because She loved you. She loved you so much. I was afraid she felt out of control about that emotion.
Well, she told me that she was afraid to love me. If she did, I would die because she lost 2 children. And,
yeah. But she loved you anyway. And she was telling you that she was telling you that she exactly what I just said, that she loving you the way she does and did makes her feel not in control.
Okay.
But
okay.
Still, that makes sense. But she loves you beyond, just beyond. And, my mom drove me crazy. Every time I saw her, and I took care of her for 5 years, she'd be like, darling, if you only lost 5 pounds off your hips, I'm like, my mom, I've got 40-inch hips. That's that. I need a chainsaw to change that. But anyway, happy holidays. I'm going to end in a second because my time's up. But thank you so much for letting me.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Present with you. Was that? Do you want to sum up quickly what you got from what I said? Please. Do you want to sum up just quickly in a sentence or two what you got from what I said? It's a way of digesting the information and keeping it.
So trusting my intuition, working with forgiveness for myself and my mom. Yeah.
Perfect. And you're going to shine. I'm telling you. I can't live. I thank you so much. I love my callers. I get the best people in the world. I really do. I'm Perry Lyons. That color looks great on you. And happy holidays. Woo! Okay.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Mystic Nick with Mystic Nick. Live from lightheartedmassage.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Mystic Nick on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to my little show here, coming to you from Tasmania, Australia. So it's around a little after midday here, and I guess it's evening time for you there on the other side of the world. So I hope everyone is feeling well and happy. I've selected some cards for us today. So if you see this video, this is a video for a little guidance for you. So the first one I've selected, which is amazing and beautiful, is an abundance card. So let's focus on abundance. Let's see where our lack of abundance is and how we can start to open ourselves to receive and see the abundance in our life, in all things and in all ways. I love nature because nature is very abundant. This is a beautiful card, and you'll see Ganesh there as well. Ganesh is the remover of obstacles. So I feel we'll be moving into more abundant times. Obviously, coming into Christmas, it is such an abundant time of giving and receiving and sharing all that we have and all of the love that we have as well. So remember that it's about the love that we share as well. The other card I have is play. So let's remember to play and lighten up and have fun. So the dolphins are the water element. So let's just play, be happy, have fun. And the other one is creativity. So again, this time of year is such a creative time when we're wrapping presents, and I know I enjoy that part of gift wrapping and putting ideas into creation as well too. So all of the prosperity and the creativity that comes, it's actually a very magical time of year if we use it to our full potential and we understand that. And the way that we use our creativity. And also if you're going into the holiday season, make time to have some fun and to enjoy that period rather than stressing and allow yourself time for creativity, and in whatever form that may be. It doesn't mean you have to be a budding artist. There's many forms of creativity through cooking, gardening, dance, expression. There's all many, many forms. So don't limit yourself in the way that you create. So I have a caller. Hello, Carla.
Hi, Nicole. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm doing good. Thank you. Yes. I just wanted to have a quick reading. Excuse me. I lost my husband about 2.5 years ago, and I was wondering if you would have any updates or any ideas of, how he's doing. I'm sure he's doing great, probably better than me, but that's what this call is about.
Well, first of all, I'll acknowledge your loss. It's always a difficult time when someone passes that we love. And you mentioned, he may be better than you and many times that comes through as a message that our loved ones are okay, in spirit, and that, people obviously are often, feeling the grief of the life changes and the transition that comes with that as well. Now, the way I work as a medium, if he chooses to come through to me, I can work with him. There is a man that I'm seeing in uniform. Does that resonate for you?
No.
No? Okay. That's okay. But I am seeing a man that's in uniform with a hat. So again, it could be, is there anyone in the timeline or in his family that may have been a person of significance or authority, or would have worn a uniform for their work? Or
all I know is his father was in war, but I know that he has a friend that was an airline pilot who passed.
Yeah, okay. It's the airline. To me, it feels like an airline pilot. So he has a friend that has passed.
Yeah, that was an airline pilot. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, I'll accept that because I do feel this is an airline pilot. It looks very much like. So we'll see if. So this is his friend. Okay, so the feeling I get is that they are there together and the friend's coming through, or he wants to acknowledge. Do you have a relationship with the friend's partner?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The friend's wife, yeah. She's a friend of mine, yeah.
Yeah. And that's what they're wanting to acknowledge, them being together, but you being together, and you ladies together, whether you're supporting each other or being there for each other, but they want to acknowledge that you, and again, you share this connection through the loss together. But they're together, but it's like they're wanting to let you know that they see you and that relationship that you have together. Does she have brown hair by any chance, or there's someone else She does have brown hair? Oh,
yeah.
I must have moved to look down because I'm looking psychically at what's coming through. Okay, so family, Christmas time, they're showing me this. Are you getting together with her? Are you doing something?
I was supposed to get together with her recently, but was not able to do so. But I do see her on occasion. You know, she does live in another state. Yeah.
Okay. So that, again, I think they're acknowledging that time, or you want it getting to, I think that would be really, really helpful and beneficial for you and her to come together and make some time for each other, particularly at this time of year, again, because it's just that acknowledgement and comfort that you two can relate to each other, and it's giving you some support, because I feel like you're very you've stepped back from life a little bit since you've been going through this, and
right.
Yeah, and so having those people, which changed you, this has changed you. It's changed how you have relationships with people. Does that make sense to you?
Oh, it does. Yes, it changes your whole life in every way.
Yeah, it has, and it's like with what you're going through, it's like there's only so many people that you will now allow in or having that support, because things have changed, and maybe people that you thought might have been there for you haven't been there for you. So you've had to really evaluate things for yourself and the personal relationships. I'll just see what else. They're showing me a ball of some point. Do you know anything, or a crystal ball, or it's a round ball? Do you know what that may represent?
No, I don't. No.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Sometimes I'll see.
Is my husband coming through?
Well, so all of this is coming from that, because he's sent me his mate and his partner as an acknowledgement. So this is all things that they see or they share as validation around you or what's going on for your life. As to whether he's showing up, does he have brown hair himself?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I see that there's a man. Do you have something about his skin, or did he have good skin, or was he quite like he's showing me his face and how, like, something about his skin, or he had good, he wants to acknowledge the skin. Like, did he have a good looking face and good skin?
He did. He was very handsome.
He's quite a handsome man, like. So he is showing himself, and he's showing him the best version of himself, which is lovely, and obviously he wants you to remember that best version of him, and the person that you fell in love with as well too. And he is there. He really wants you to know that as he is still there for you. He's still around you. He acknowledges what you're going through, and he sees you. It's difficult for him as well, because I feel like he wasn't ready, or the shift for him to go there was some time, but it wasn't. Does that make sense? He wasn't ready to go.
It makes a lot of sense. Yeah. he died of cancer, but he went in like less than 5 months after diagnosis.
Yeah, and he wasn't very old. He's not an older person, so
he was only 62.
Yeah. So he's kind of in that prime of his life in some ways. Like he looks like he was kept himself well before this happened to him. So it came as a bit of a shock to him and that transition. But again, he's doing okay as well. And like you say, the message of, he's okay in spirit, which is wonderful. Now, I have only got a really short time left, but he is acknowledging. Now, he's sending you a bouquet of flowers. So whether he gave you flowers or he wants to send you like a bunch of flowers to gift to you.
Oh, wow. That's okay.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So he's there. He's absolutely there for you. He's sending his love to you. And we just want to acknowledge, this time. And please reach out to the woman that we've spoke about today.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Nicole. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Okay. You can find my social media. There are links there on the page as well if you want to connect again at some point in time.
Thank you so much.
Okay, you take care of yourself.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for Infinite Soul Connections with Shelley Devine.
The Hummingbird Media.
Live from InfiniteSoulReadings.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Infinite Soul Connection
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. So good to be here. This is Shelley with Infinite Soul Connections. I am waiting for my caller. And until I get that caller, I'd like to talk about my program. It's called Awaken Your Creative Spirit. And it is to open up your creative mind to the endless possibilities of joy, peace, and happiness. Your creative spirit has the power to change everything. Your creativity is a very powerful type of energy. That energy is a renewable source of power for you. When you awaken your creative spirit, you can think outside of the box and come up with new solutions to daily challenges. And I am going to teach intuitive painting as a process of doing this in my program. So if you are interested, please go to my website at infinitesoulreadings.com. My mouth doesn't want to work today. And, you can sign up or you can email me, ask me questions, and I would love to have you sign up and enjoy and learn how to do the infinite soul intuitive painting. It is awesome. Okay. I am so ready for a caller. Anybody who wants a reading, wants to talk with me. Okay. Well, as I'm waiting, I'm just wanting to remind you all that I am a psychic medium, a Reiki master, a professional artist and a best-selling author and a spiritual coach. So if anybody is interested in any of that, go to my website at infinitesoulreadings.com, or you can email me at infinitesoulreadings@gmail.com. Okay, wonderful. I've got a caller. Hello. Are you there, Janet?
This is me. Yes, I'm here.
Hi, honey. How are you today?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. What can I do for you today?
Well, I'm a little bit confused with my love life. I just don't know which direction to go in.
Okay. All right. Let me pull some cards and see what they want to tell us, okay?
Okay.
All right. So you are looking to find out which direction to go.
Yes,
in your
I'm in a
life.
relationship. Yes, I'm in my love life. I'm in a relationship. If it's good for me or not.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I am just waiting for a card to pop out for you.
Okay.
Some answers. And sometimes it just takes a second.
I've also had a little doom and gloom around my job, and I was just wondering if anything's happening there, but whatever.
Around your job?
You pick up. Yeah, if you can pick up anything.
Okay. Okay. So the interesting thing about the cards that came for you, the first one is the uncharted sea, which, which means
what's out ahead of me.
Exactly. You haven't been there, you don't know yet. I'm going to see if I can help you figure out the direction. If you're in the right relationship, and if you just give me 1 minute, I'm going to tune in. Okay. So let me ask you this. Have you had a close encounter with somebody else that interests you in relationship-wise? No.
No.
I think there might be one coming. Now, I think that's where your which way should I go is really going to come up. I'm going to pull another couple of cards. I'm trying to feel into your heart space as well. You have a big heart. You've got a lot of love. I can feel that.
Thank you. I do.
Yeah. And you need a lot of love. Not that you're lacking it. I'm just saying that when you receive love, it just fills you up even more, even though you're already so full of it. That didn't sound right. Sorry.
Yeah, I know.
Gotta be careful how I word things. You have so much coming to you, even more. I really feel like there's somebody. There's going to be a close encounter. Ooh, here's something interesting that I just pulled was your higher self.
Okay.
Okay. So let's see what you see. Yes, and see how it's got the heart chakra. So this is all about the love that you're talking about and that you're filled with and that I feel coming towards you. Okay. Ooh. I kind of, okay, here's what I'm feeling. I do feel that there is somebody else that you are going to meet.
Mm-hmm.
And
interesting.
Yeah, I do feel like there's somebody else. I don't feel anything like uncomfortable about the relationship that you're in. But I do feel like there's someone else coming. So keep an eye out. Yeah, keep an eye out for that.
Yeah.
And feel into your heart space. Your higher self already knows everything, right?
Right.
So I don't know if you meditate at all.
Yeah, here and there, but I haven't a lot lately, but I do. Yes.
I feel like
mostly, yes, I do.
You do? Okay. Good.
I do. Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, you know what? Even every day in the shower, I do meditate. So, yeah, I do. Yeah. Every day to cleanse and do my meditation in there, even if it's not as much. I used to do a lot more, but yeah, I still connect.
Okay. Well, here's what I want you to do. When you meditate, I want you to contact your higher self. Go inside.
Okay.
Ask yourself, ask your higher self questions. Okay. And listen for the answers.
Right. Okay. Yeah. I've been neglecting that part lately. Yes, I understand.
Yeah. Because we all have the ability to listen to our intuition. We all have intuition. And it's just a matter of learning to really listen to it. It's that gut feeling. Okay.
Correct. I get it. Yes.
Yeah. Perfect. And there's a bit of planning. I feel that you're planning something or taking some sort of action.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense to you?
Yes. I plan. Yes. Okay. Yes.
Okay.
Makes sense.
Okay. So you're planning, and it almost feels like travel.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Correct.
So I'm wondering, let me ask, if this person that you're going to meet is going to be when you're traveling, when you're Yeah, I think so. I think so.
Interesting.
Okay, just be open to it. I am not saying that you're going to, go with that person, but just, it could even be a person that's just going to be a really, really good friend, or it could be, a love interest. But there is someone that you're going to come across in this uncharted sea, and you are going to meet someone who is going to inspire you. Okay.
This person very interesting.
Yeah, this person is going to inspire you and maybe help you with the taking action. I know this feels really foggy. Do you have a particular question? I want to make sure we get it nice and clear. We have a couple minutes.
Okay.
You were wondering with your work, right?
Yeah, with my job, anything going to change? Anything coming up?
You're not particularly happy with this job.
Correct. I was. There's a certain person that's come into my area and it's causing trouble. So I just don't know if I'm leaving that area or if that person is, or,
I think that person is going to leave the area.
Okay.
That
sounds like it. Yeah.
Yeah. But thank you, everybody. I will see you again next week. Okay. Thank you.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Infinite Soul Connections with Shelley Devine. The Hummingbird Media. Live from InfiniteSoulReadings.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519. You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Welcome Your Woo with psychic Sarah Jane.
Sarah Jane.
Live from SarahJanePatton.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Welcome Your Woo
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Well, hello, everyone. I am Psychic Sarah Jane, host of Welcome Your Woo, where intuition, energy, and the mystical world come together to guide you through life's most profound experiences. Thank you for tuning in to receive intuitive insights, spiritual guidance, and conversations that will open your heart and mind. Well, hello, beautiful listeners. Welcome back. Here we are again this evening. I'm super excited to be talking and expanding our conversation a little bit more on how self-care is a catalyst for expanding your intuition and your psychic abilities. So last week I talked about how this is one of my zone of geniuses, is teaching other people how to tap in and access their psychic abilities, because newsflash, we are all psychic. It's true. It's just like a muscle. It's kind of like running a 5K. If you've never ran one before, you're probably not going to just get up and go start running one. You're going to practice first, and your psychic abilities are the same way. You have to exercise the muscle. And so one of the ways that we can do that is through our self-care. And last week we talked about how grounding and protecting our energy is a way to practice self-care, and how it supports us by allowing us to be a clear channel for spirit. So if we want to receive those divine messages, it's super important to remain grounded and protected in our energy. So if you want to catch that from last week, make sure you go catch the replay. But today we're going to expand a little bit further in this conversation. And I'm just going to talk to you a little bit about how meditation, gratitude, and affirmations can support you in your self-care, as well as opening further into your psychic abilities. So let's talk about meditation for just a moment. So meditation is something that I think that is definitely more talked about today than it ever has been before, right? This used to be something that not was practiced very often, or it wasn't talked about, but it's becoming the normal. And really what I always tell people about meditation is there's no wrong way to meditate. It's your intention that matters most. But really the purpose of that is to really just be with yourself and to connect and quiet your mind. So when we quiet our mind and we allow ourselves to just sit and allow things to come in and receive information, that is how we can receive downloads. You guys, I have the most profound experiences during meditations and following them. And it's something that has increased through time. I've been practicing for well over 5 years on consistency and doing this as a regular practice. But oh my gosh, do you know the health benefits to meditating? Did you know that doing like a good solid 15-minute meditation can be equivalent to like 6 to 8 hours of sleep at times? So it can be super helpful in so many different ways. But one of the ways, like this is a twofold. It's a way to really practice self-care, because I promise you that if you begin meditating regularly, it's going to shift your energy and how you show up in the world. But it also is a catalyst for opening up further into your psychic abilities and expanding those clairs. So I'm not going to go too far into it. I'm just recommending it, letting you know it's out there. I recommend taking a look and researching, doing what feels right for you. There's tons of guided meditations. I really love the silent ones where we're listening to nature sounds, or Esther Hicks always talks about listening to the hum of the, air conditioner. You can do whatever works for you, but don't judge your meditation. That's what I always tell people. The next thing I'll talk about is how gratitude is something that supports us. So gratitude, next to authenticity, Gratitude is the highest vibrational frequency that we can be in. And if we want to experience more, one of the ways we can do that is by expressing the things that we're grateful for. So that is a practice of self-care as well, because when we acknowledge the things that we're grateful for, it elevates our frequency. But also, this is where it's the twofold part, where it's both, it's that and. Our spirit teams acknowledge when we acknowledge our gratitude, and they give more. That's how we receive the abundance. So if you want to receive more, start expressing the things that you're grateful for. It literally can change your life. You guys have been keeping a gratitude journal for over 5 years now. And oh my goodness, you will never run out of things to be grateful for, ever. I started out doing 5 a day, and I'm up to 10 a day. So I've been doing this for 5 years now, but I write out 10 things every day that I'm grateful for. It elevates my frequency, and it lets my spirit team know that I'm acknowledging all that I do have, acknowledging the abundance that's around me, because you guys, we do live an abundant life. All of us do. So that's just one thing I really just love to express about the gratitude, because it's so incredible to raise and elevate that frequency. The next one is affirmations. So we have all of these limiting beliefs that sit within the subconscious mind. And I always talk about the subconscious mind and how it's like the iceberg, right? So the part that we can see sticking out of the water is a lot smaller than the part that is under the water. That part under the water is so much bigger. It's vast and it's huge. And that is the subconscious mind. And the subconscious mind is hard to reprogram sometimes because it just runs on autopilot. And so we've done all these things to program ourselves that we create sometimes these limiting beliefs that simply aren't true, but they're based on our programming, our experiences, our even traumas or our triggers. But when we start to recite and repeat affirmations over time, we can reprogram the subconscious mind. So one of the things I like to often recommend is the 3-6-9 method, which is something that Esther Hicks often talks about, writing your affirmation 3 times in the morning, 6 times in the afternoon, and 9 times at night, and doing that before bed. But what happens is it begins to really reprogram the subconscious mind. But here's the thing, when you write your affirmations, don't write from your scarcity or fear mindset, because if you are writing your affirmation, reciting the affirmation from that space of scarcity, from the space of fear, you just create more of that because it's focusing on the lack and not having it rather than having it. So to really sink into the gratitude and your affirmations, act as if it's already happened. Okay, so imagine that limiting belief rewriting the story. So maybe okay, I always joke about this because people think it's funny, but I have this limiting belief that it's not safe for me to be seen. And here I am doing this radio show, right? I had to overcome that limiting belief. So I wrote a affirmation for a long time that said, it is safe to be seen. It is safe for me to be seen. So you can do anything to just rewrite the story. So find the limiting belief, rewrite the story, but this will support your self-care as well as just elevate your frequency. When you elevate your frequency, you're more likely to receive your intuitive hits. You're able to really trust your discernment more when you're in the elevated and higher frequencies. So that's why meditation, gratitude, and affirmations are very supportive to not just your self-care, but also to expanding your intuition and your psychic abilities. So with that being said, what I'm going to do really quickly is I'm going to pull a card here just for the collective and channel a message and just see what Spirit has to say for us around what I've just shared. And then we'll take some colors. Let's see here. So we're just going to ask Spirit, what is the message for us today? What do we want to share based on what I just said around self-care, helping to expand our intuition and psychic abilities? Let's see. We'll pull 3 cards. Shuffle in the deck, you guys. If you're listening and can't see. All right. Oh, we got 4. Okay. So the first card we have is intuition, buddy, because that's what we're talking about. And it says, listen to the whispers of your heart. use divination tools to help you decide. Trust your intuition no matter what. So this is a reminder too, you guys, divination tools are very supportive to us when we are really honing in on our psychic abilities and wanting to really trust our intuition and our discernment. So you can use things like oracle cards, tarot cards, you can use a pendulum, you can use runes. There's so many different things you can do, but this is just a reminder to use those tools to support you because they are really, really helpful when you're working to really trust your own intuition and use your discernment. The next card we have is hope. Stay positive. The worst is behind you. Look up to the light. So this is just like, I'm just seeing like a rainbow for the collective, reminding us that we're shifting into these higher frequencies, higher elevated spaces, and that 2025 is going to be a really big year for many of us and lots of changes and shifts, but just to maintain that hope, super important. I got the cycles card. Everything has its right time. Honor the cycles of your body. Tune into the moon's magic. This is a reminder that many cycles are falling away. So like a lot of old karmic cycles are breaking right now. So just being reminded to tell everyone that if you have like a job that's changing, relationships that are shifting, big, massive changes happening in your life, it's because many cycles are ending so that we can start into this new and other, experiences that are coming our way for 2025. The next card I have is intention. Be clear and decisive. Focus on what you really want. Be bold with your request to the universe. So check this out. Your intention is really what matters most. Your intention is what, amongst anything else, what I tell everyone is your intention followed by inspired action will equal success. So if you get super clear about your intention and ask the universe for what you want, but don't micromanage the universe, that is where the magic is at. And you can manifest through deliberate creation if you are setting those intentions and taking that inspired action. So those are the messages for the collective this week. And right now I'm going to take a caller. I'm going to talk to, Rosemary in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Hello, Rosemary.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fantastic. How are you this evening?
I'm good.
So,
good. Yourself?
I'm doing great. Do you have a specific question that you want today? Or are you just looking for some intuitive guidance?
Guidance, or because I've been manifesting and nothing's gone the right way, I guess, or nothing's happening. Does that make sense?
Yes, I'm sensing some sadness. Are you feeling sad?
Off and on.
How about overwhelmed? Are you feeling overwhelmed?
Yeah, a lot of stuff that's overwhelming me.
Yes. Rosemary, when's the last time that you took some time for yourself and really just filled your own cup?
Here and there, about a couple weeks ago.
And is there something happening with a job or something around your job or work?
Yeah, pretty much. It's, I need to either get out of there or they have to switch my schedule around. A lot of craziness with the management.
Yes, it feels like the message I'm getting for you is it's time to fill your cup, like to really take care of all of Rosemary, that sometimes we're often giving from an empty cup, and so it's exhausting us and making us tired. I did just have a card fly out, though. You got the abundance card. It says, enjoy the bounty of life. Your supply is unlimited. Blessings are coming your way. So I do feel a shift coming for you. I'm actually seeing something in February coming. An opportunity actually is what I'm seeing for you, Rosemary. And they're saying too, like it'll depend on the timeline too, because timelines shift around and change. But what I'm being told is the door will open, and it won't matter if you choose to walk through it or not. It's really about just the opportunity and seeing what it's for. I'm not sure what this is about. Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. Probably a relationship or moving or something.
Yeah, something's going. Do you have a dog?
I used to.
You used to?
Yeah, there's a few dogs that on the property or overseas. That's where I want to move to. I know there's dogs there.
I feel like you have a spirit dog with you.
Yeah, I have a few.
Yeah.
A few.
Yeah, there's a really strong one coming through. I'm not sure who this dog is, but it's coming through. Let's see. Oops. All right, you got a couple more cards here. It says, you got Sisterhood of the Rose, Beauty and Devotion, Priestess, Mystic, and Teacher. I feel like what this card is telling you is perhaps like looking for a mentor, maybe someone to support you and to help you, just keep you motivated. Sometimes we rely on our friends is what I'm being told, Rosemary, like we rely on our friends or our family, but they're too close to us and they're not always able to speak the truth that we need to, or they can't receive us or we're afraid of their judgment. So perhaps looking into someone to mentor you or to follow that will support you, even just listening to some stuff that's going to help elevate your frequency will be supportive to you. The next card you got is the Mirror card. Who or what is triggering you? So Spirit just always wants to remind us that anytime that we are triggered by something, that often there's something there for us to look at. So don't be afraid to, I always tell my kids, like, take a walk to the reflection pond and see what you might see, take a look and see what might be there. So that is something being called to. Do you have any specific questions you want to ask me?
If our relationship's coming into what I'm thinking or manifesting on, that goes overseas with, or he's coming to get me, or he's coming for the holidays, if that makes sense, and my birthday.
Okay, make sure I understood the question. So you are seeing, you're trying to manifest something or somebody, you said?
Yes, that's coming here for coming to get me, and I will transfer over.
Well, you got the card when it first started, so I feel like that is a clue to what you were talking about. It feels positive, whatever that is. And I just had 3 cards fly out. Let's read what we have here. You've got Sisters of the Seasons, Cycles of Growth, Natural Law, Divine Order. So Spirit just reminding you that everything is playing out in divine order through divine orchestration. Sometimes we want to micromanage the universe, so you don't need to do that. Just let things play out and flow the way that they need to. You also got the Sacred Union, Partnership and Romance. So hopefully this perhaps maybe is what you are looking for. I'm just being told, follow your heart. It won't fail you. Sink into the heart space and less logic is what I'm being told to remind you of. And then you got card number 21, the Wise Woman of Wonderland, Integrity and Compromise. So Spirit's just saying, stay true to who you are, Rosemary. Stay true to your authentic purpose, what you want, what you desire, no settling. And as long as you stay in alignment and integrity with yourself, then the people coming into your space will be aligned with you as well. So, do you have any other questions?
My next question is, am I moving with overseas with the job that I'm looking for, or what I'm applying to 2 different companies, and it's like letdowns after another. Every time I apply.
I'm being told that you're going to have more than one option and you will get to choose.
Okay.
That's what that's what my guides are saying. I can pull a card and see what the cards say to go with it, but they're saying you're going to have a choice. And you got the Leap card. You go first. The universe will catch you. So definitely don't be afraid to take a leap with whatever it is, Rosemary. That's what I'm being told to tell you. So Thank you, Rosemary, for calling tonight. I appreciate you. Have a good night.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Bye. All right. Up next, we have Ada in Childress, Texas.
Hello. How are you?
Did I say your name right?
It's Ada.
Ada.
Okay.
Thank you for correcting me. How are you, Ada?
Oh, I'm doing okay. How are you?
I'm well. So do you have a specific question, or do you just want some intuitive guidance and card pulls?
Actually, it's okay if I have some guidance. I just need guidance on my life, like with
like what's to come, future-wise, I guess. That's about it.
Just in general, just overall guidance for your life and what's coming?
Yes, ma'am, if that's okay.
Do you have something that you're excited about that's coming up?
Not that I know of yet.
Okay. Let's see. Is there something you've been contemplating or thinking about doing?
Oh, yeah. I've been thinking about, like, I had a dream that I wanted to live in Japan, and I don't know. I mean, I'd like to live there, you know. I don't know if it will happen.
I'm seeing travel.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I'm seeing travel in your future. Okay, so I pulled a couple of cards from my unicorn deck here. The first card you have is celebration. Mm-hmm. A positive outcome is celebrate your success and enjoy your achievements. I'm just being told chin up, Ada. Like you are ready to experience lots of joy and fulfillment. And I'm just being told it's your time, but believing that it's possible and that all your desires are actually able to manifest is the only thing missing right now is your own belief. So just focus on your belief and envisioning what you want to create. The next card you have is expansion. And when I saw this expansion card, I saw suitcases. So like I see you traveling, I see you going somewhere, but it says spread wings and soar, share your message and shine your light, show the world what you're made of. So this is a time, I do feel like you're being called forward right now, Ada, like you're supposed to step forward and start speaking more of your truth. Have you thought about teaching or do you teach something?
I like helping others and I like learning languages.
Yeah, I was seeing you in some type of teaching role. And then you also got the nature card, which is ground yourself, find a sanctuary in nature, connect with the elements. So Spirit just reminding you here to make sure that you ground your energy every day. If you ground every day, it's going to give you the clarity that you need to receive like your intuitive messages and be able to trust that more. I always tell everyone like grounding and protecting your energy is really how we can trust our discernment the most. So really just listening to your gut feelings that you have coming in, Ada, like if you have a gut feeling about something, Spirit's saying, trust that. Don't dismiss it or deny that.
Oh, okay.
Do you have some more questions?
I guess it's just like, is anything good coming my way? That's all.
You got
this month.
You literally asked that question and I pulled the yes card. It says yes. And I pulled celebration.
Okay.
Yeah, I pulled celebration and I told you that I felt like something positive was coming, something excited was coming.
Oh, wow. That's cool. I like that.
It says answer the call. What is your soul calling you to do? So really, this is about you right now, Ada. This is about you really honing in on the desires that you have, what you want to create for yourself. I'm being told that this is your time to fly.
Oh, okay. I like hearing that.
I'm hearing the song, This Little Light of Mine, I'm gonna let it shine. I have a lot of clear audience, so I'll hear music playing a lot of times. Let's see what else the cards have.
Yeah, that's fine.
Here you go. Like it's literally reiterating what I just said to you. So you got the warrior woman. Have you answered your deepest calling?
Oh, wow.
I'm going to pull from another deck too. Let's see. I'm going to ask you something really random, okay, Ada, because I have the gift of all knowing and I just will have random things drop in. Do cherries mean anything to you? I was seeing cherries.
Yeah, I like black cherries. And I like cherry blossoms, so yes.
Okay.
Both of those.
Thank you for validating that because I was like, why am I seeing all these cherries around her?
Yeah.
So you got the Well Watcher, Wisdom, Power of the Divine. So my question for you is, have you ever thought about tapping into your own psychic abilities?
Yes, I have, and but sometimes I don't know if it's really a dream I'm dreaming or if it's going to happen. I mean, I know that's weird to say like that, but that's how I can explain it.
So that is totally common and absolutely what most people say to me. We don't trust our intuition and our psychic abilities, right? A lot of it's because we've been programmed and told not to. And now we're trying to...
I believe in them. I really do. I just sometimes guess I need to work more on it.
Yes.
But I am interested in that stuff, yes.
It's totally normal and okay. What I'm being told to tell you, Ada, is that you are very gifted spiritually. Like you have a lot of spiritual gifts to share with the world, and they're like so ready to like be opened up and accessed fully.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that sounds good.
You have a big spirit team too. I can see your spirit team. You got the fire prince, optimism, aggression. So this is just like literally when I see this card, the fire, like the flame burning, because it's like the phoenix rising is what I'm seeing. So it's almost like you're going to rise up into this like amazing, incredible, like I feel like you're a powerful healer, to be honest, Ada. Like I'm just being honest what I have coming through about it. So I encourage you to explore that, take a look at it, find a mentor. I teach, but I always tell people to look at more than one person because, you just never know. But certainly go check out my things if you're interested. But I definitely would consider taking some classes and courses and connecting for sure.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I should try that.
Yes. All right, Ada. Well, thank you for calling in tonight.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry, I didn't get your name. Again,
I'm Sarah.
Your name
Sarah Jane.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sarah Jane, for the read. I appreciate it.
You're so welcome. I'll be in touch. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. All right, you guys, that's a wrap for tonight's episode of Welcome Your Woo. I hope that you've had fun this evening, and I hope that you return for more next week, where we will continue this conversation a little bit deeper on how self-care is a catalyst to expanding your intuition and psychic abilities. Until then, if you're looking for more clarity or spiritual guidance, you guys can book a personal session with me anytime at sarahjanepatton.com. I do look forward to serving you and growing this audience. Don't forget to invite your friends because it is just so much more fun when we get to do this together. And if you want to stay further connected and get a closer look at the work that I do, you can join my private Facebook group, Welcome Your Woo with Psychic Sarah Jane. Be sure to tune in every Wednesday night at 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 Central. Until next time, you guys, remember to stay open, trust the journey, and as always, welcome your woo. Bye for now.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psychic on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast. I hope wherever you are in this amazing planet of ours, you're gearing up and getting ready for the big man to arrive in a week's time. It's getting close, isn't it? Lots of children are getting quite grizzly and sort of excited and can't believe it's still 7 days to go till the big man arrives. But look, that's part of the excitement, isn't it? I mean, here in Australia, it's very hot and very humid, and I live on the Gold Coast, which is a beautiful part of the world, and it's been, nothing but rain and storms and showers, and it's making the humidity up around 93%. So excuse me if I'm not on set today, but it is hot here. But wherever you are in this amazing planet of ours, it is an exciting time of the year. It's a time of the year where I think the world should come together, and we should be striving for sort of peace and goodwill to all men and women and children on the earth, not, going into war zones and trying to find ways to be destructive or hurt our fellow human beings. And it always saddens me when you hear things like drinks being spiked when people have gone on a holiday and sitting by the pool having a cocktail, and then they end up fighting for their lives or losing their lives in a hospital through somebody's stupid actions. And it seems to be happening all too frequently that we're not being kind to our fellow man. Anyway, that's enough of me being on the soapbox. Let's move to the Simply Tarot card of the week, which is the Magician. Now, the Magician is actually the first card of the deck in the way that I teach. A lot of people say it's the final card in the major arcana, but I like it to be the first card. The Magician means that we've got all the tools in front of us. So the Magician is the element of surprise, good or bad. Now, not all surprises are good and not all of them are bad. Sometimes there's something in between too as well. So you need to be aware of what is actually sort of happening in your world, because you have the tools on the table in front of you to be able to choose or to make things right. So it's entirely up to you. And this is what the Magician is saying. You have all the tools. You can make the decisions. You can make the changes in your life now. And look at where things are coming from. You have everything in front of you. You've got a magic wand in your hand like Harry Potter. So it's like you can do anything. You can be your own magician. You can create something out of nothing, or you can start to look at things in a very, very different way and say to yourself, what am I missing? What have I not been doing? What have I not been trying to do to make things right in my life or to bring the things in that I want? By the same token, if something's not so good and it's considered bad, then you have the tools to reverse that, to change it, to minimize it, to make it better. I suppose what the Magician is trying to say to you, the power is within your hands. You have all the tools, you have the ability, you have the capabilities of reversing any situation in your life that you're not happy with to get a conclusion that you will be reasonably happy with. And not everything can we completely change. If we've got a relationship that's heading for the divorce courts, it takes an awful lot to swing something around like that. But maybe the conclusion there is acceptance, that, we've done what we can do. Now it's time to look forward to the future. So astrologically, we've still got the sun in Sagittarius. So happy birthday to all the Saggies before we, sort of wrap it up for the Sagittarian year in the next few days. So the sun is still in Sag. So that means we're all out singing Christmas carols and being festive and jolly, hopefully. Mercury, the planet of communication, has finally gone direct. So in the next 24 to 48 hours, you will start to feel the effects of Mercury moving forward again. Not so many travel plans will get disarray. That still doesn't mean don't get to the airport or the bus terminal or the whatever quickly enough so that you can be there in plenty of time in case of something going wrong, a computer failure or something like that, or the flight might be leaving a couple of minutes early. So you want to be there in plenty of time and not create so much stress in your life. I think we as human beings tend to create far too much stress. We leave everything till the last minute instead of a little bit of forward thinking and a little bit of planning and getting there with plenty of time to spare. We put that pressure on ourselves that we don't need. So communication is certainly about higher mind stuff at the moment, about travel plans, about wanting to sort of see the good in people. And it's not always about wanting to criticize people, but it's sort of the Sagittarian energy with Mercury is don't ask a question unless you want a truthful answer. And it doesn't matter what your star sign is. If you ask a question now, you will get a truthful answer and it will be blunt. It may not necessarily be what you want to hear, so make sure that you're ready for that. So those people that are seeking love, and look, I'm sure there's plenty of people, and it doesn't matter what your star sign is, that are seeking love at the moment or would like to have a relationship, or that someone's special in their lives and they're sort of saying to me, I don't know where to go. How do I shake things up? I've tried this, and this, and this, and this, and that's not working. I'm pretty old-fashioned in that sort of way. I'm not a great fan of these dating apps because I think anybody can put up a picture of anything and tell you anything you want to hear. But if you meet somebody in person, you automatically know on an energetic level whether you feel comfortable with them or you don't, whether they're physically appealing, are they attractive, are they somebody you'd like to get to know. And that's a little bit hard just swiping on a cell phone and looking at somebody's photograph and reading their details. So for for the old-fashioned people like me that want to get out and about and try and meet somebody, Venus is in Aquarius at the moment. Now, Venus in Aquarius is asking you to step out of your comfort zone, go somewhere different, do something different. If you've never gone ice skating and you have the opportunity to, go. You might make a fool of yourself. You might fall on your bottom, but that's okay. Might be where you meet Mr. or Mrs. Charming as they help you up off the ice. So it's a time to sort of get out of your comfort zones, do something different. I'm suggesting going to places where both sexes are so that then you've got a chance of meeting somebody. There's no point in going to flower arranging classes if you're a female and say, I want to meet Mr. Wonderful. Not too many men attend flower arranging classes that I know of. So you've got to really sort of think outside the square a little bit like that and go to somewhere where people will be and there's crowds of people and you've got the opportunity to meet somebody. Now, Venus is making a lovely aspect, which is known as a trine, to Jupiter in Gemini at the moment. Now, Jupiter in Gemini is actually going retrograde, and I'll talk about that in a minute. But for what I want to talk about here with Venus trining Jupiter, it's again asking you to get out and about. Now, the Jupiter energy is of expansion opportunity. It covers things like higher mind stuff, churches, religious places, places of worship, anything that's got a collection of people that are there for a common cause is what the Jupiter energy is asking for you to sort of look for. Then when we put the flavour in of Gemini, now Gemini is about local stuff. It's not necessarily about jumping on a plane and going to somewhere exotic. It's about maybe that love can be found right under your nose in your local environment. So maybe what you need to do is step out of your comfort zone. If you've always been interested in sort of maybe joining a church or seeking out a faith or seeking out a group that has a special interest the same as yours, maybe now's the time to do that and join that local organisation. That may just be where you're going to meet that person that could end up becoming your life partner. So think outside the square. Do something different, go and join the Christmas carols in the park or go Christmas caroling or do something that you don't normally do that is involved in a local sort of situation and a local environment and an opportunity to meet people. So we still have Jupiter retrograde in Gemini until February 25. So this is going to be affecting mainly the air signs, which is Gemini, Libra and Aquarius, and the opposite sign of Sagittarius. But it is overflowing to the other 8 signs. So Jupiter here is sort of saying, he's not asking you necessarily not to sort of try and expand your horizons or think big or think outside the square or look at really beautiful, big opportunities. What he's asking you to do is make sure that you've really dotted the I's, crossed the T's, and when you do go to make a presentation or do go to make an application, that everything's in its rightful place. So it can be a sort of a little bit of a push-pull situation as we get this off the ground. And a lot of people I know at the moment are sort of saying to me, oh, I thought I would have had a promotion by now. I've worked really hard, and why are the company overlooking me and promoting, somebody else around me that hasn't done as much work as what I've done, all those sort of things. So a number of those sort of issues will probably rectify themselves or come out in the washing, so to speak, at the end of February. From then on in, it's sort of like all of a sudden the people in the power notice you, where you think, well, how come I've been so unnoticeable previously? Why did they not notice me? Why did they overlook me? There must have been reasons for that, and maybe they had a better promotion in the pipeline for you that they weren't at liberty to talk about. So that might have been why you weren't offered the first or the second one. But they are taking notice. It's just done in a very quiet sort of way. Now, I've been banging on about Chiron now for a number of shows now, because Chiron is not a planet, it's the wounded healer, and it has been affecting Aries, and I have lots of Aries friends and clients and things like that they've been messaging me and telling me that how this has been helpful for them to understand what has been going on. Now, Chiron is the wounded healer in the chart. It's an Arabian part, and what it's asking you to do is heal your life. Now, whether that means emotionally, physically, or a combination of both, and quite often it can be past life stuff too that you've brought in from other incarnations, and it's like, it's got to come in now. It's got to be healed. It's got to be looked at. Now, a lot of people are saying to me, I'm getting all these flashbacks from my childhood through and I don't know what to do with it. My answer to that is, if it's like a slideshow or like going slide on your cell phone, then that's all it's meant to be. It was a quick glimpse, let it go, don't bog down on it, unless it really drives you nuts and requires your attention to give it more airtime, then I wouldn't give it any airtime. It's like we're releasing a lot of old stuff, things that we've put away for for whatever reason, need to be released now. Now, this is particularly affecting Aries. It will be there till December 29. It is asking you to heal. A lot of Aries people that have done the work unconsciously or consciously over the last 6 or so months with this are now starting to find a real inner peace, a peace that they could only ever have dreamed of, because quite often the Aries energy is quite agitated because it is a fire sign and they don't sit still very long to process anything. It's sort of they're on to the next thing because that's who they are, that's how they're wired. They're finding now that by doing this, you know, working with the energy, that they're now finding a peace that they never knew that was possible. And it's not necessarily just all the more senior people or the people that have been on the planet a bit longer than some of you young'uns. It's even young people are finding that too, that even to this point in their 22 years of living, that they've found a peace that they've never found. And it's sort of giving them some different ideas for 2025 to sort of look at what their next round of opportunities might be or how they're going to approach them. So it really is important, if you are an Aries, that you really pay attention to this. You know, we've only got a matter of days now before it changes. So we need to really be focusing on that. Now, we have Mars, the planet of action. Now, Mars is one of those ambiguous sort of planets. People sort of say, oh, I don't have an ego. Look, we all have an ego. We all have to get out of bed every day and perform a task or go to work or get the kids to school or clean the house or do whatever it is. So we've got to have that drive that's got to come from somewhere. So Mars is that planet that gives us that drive. Now, Mars is currently retrograde, sitting in Leo until the end of February. Now, what this means is Mars is not necessarily slowing down, but he's asking you to be a little bit more cautious, particularly if you're a fire sign. Make sure that you know exactly what you're going to say before you open your mouth. Don't just open your mouth and let it flop out, because you might be seen as being a little bit aggressive, a little bit cranky, a little bit too over the top. And all that you're trying to do is get your message across in a very definite, forthright manner, that you're trying to say, look, this is important, listen to me. But you're coming across as being a bit bombastic or a bit cranky. So make sure that you really keep in check your tone and how you're speaking to people. So it is going to be affecting the fire signs, as I said, Leo, Sagittarius and Aries, and the opposite sign of Aquarius. So there's a lot of stuff that seems to be hitting Aquarians at the moment. You know, with Pluto's just gone in there and it'll be there for the next 40 years. So we're going to be talking about Pluto a lot in Aquarius. So, you know, with Venus sitting in there and, you know, there's just a lot of activity at the moment. And I know everybody's busy and I know everybody sort of feels that, oh, yeah, look, I can relate to that, but I'll deal with that tomorrow. Well, it's not necessarily about putting things off till tomorrow. Just be aware of it, work with the energy. And particularly as we're heading into the festive season and we're having family gatherings or gatherings with friends and things like that, alcohol comes into the mix and people have one or two little drinks and all of a sudden they've got a lot to say, the things that have been welling up inside of them for a year or two or 3 or 10, and all of a sudden it comes out, and it comes out in the wrong fashion. And that's why I'm saying to you, be very careful of your communication, no matter what your star sign is. Just because Mercury's gone direct, Sagittarian energy is about truth, and we have to be careful about that. Then we add into the mix with Mars being in Leo, also in a fire sign, you can be seen as coming across as being aggressive or cranky, dominant, domineering, trying to control the narrative, all those sort of things. So we have to all, no matter what your star sign is, be very, very careful as we head into the festive period now and we're coming together with family and friends, that we don't want this Christmas to go down as a time where there was the worst argument that the family's ever had because somebody opened their mouth or somebody couldn't bite their tongue and sort of just let something slide. It's not the time for the family discussion, you know. Yes, you know, people say things that maybe they shouldn't say or don't quite mean it in that way and we interpret it slightly differently. It's not the time to sort of knuckle down and have a punch up at the Christmas table or in the backyard, as a lot of families tend to do. It's not, you know, and that's why Christmas becomes so stressful for a lot of families. You don't know how people are going to behave. You put all these combinations of people and their personalities together and you think, oh my heavens, you know, do we really have to have any alcohol at the Christmas table even though we have it every year? You know, maybe if we didn't have that and we all had sparkling water or, you know, soda or something like that, that things would be a lot more pleasant. Look, I don't know that it would necessarily minimise things. People would find still a way to open their mouths and say things they shouldn't. Yes, there's less chance of it, but you can't turn around and break what is family traditions. If there's always a toast with a glass of alcohol, then, you know, people are going to start to question why, and that might be fray a few more tempers if they were looking forward to that little tipple and all of a sudden they don't get it. So that's the astrology report for this week. We're going to talk with Cheryl in Winnipeg in Manabito in Canada. Are you there, Cheryl?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you so much.
Do you have a question I can answer for you, please, Cheryl?
Well, I don't think I have a question per se, but I'm just wondering if you're picking up on anything about me or something that's come up.
Okay. I normally ask to see if you've got a question, so I make sure that I answer what you want to know. The first thing that they're showing me is that I feel soul tired with you. Are you feeling as if, oh, I just want to sit down and exhale and just have a little bit of a breather? I just want to have a little bit of a rest. Has it been a very busy year, has it?
Absolutely. Yeah, very much so.
Yeah, and that's what they were saying to me. It's sort of like, oh, I just want to sit down for 5 minutes of peace and just regather my strength and my thoughts and my everything. Look, when we talk about being soul tired, yes, that's a physical tired, but it's also an emotional tired. It's sort of like I've got nothing left in any reserve tank is the feeling, you know, like I've exhausted everything. And, you know, there's no quick fix for this other than sort of, I suppose, if you can give yourself a few minutes here and there to just sit down and do nothing and have a cup of coffee or put some music on or something like that and just give yourself some me time is the way to start relayering this soul tiredness. And it's not saying you're burnt out. I want to be very clear on that. It just means that it's been a very big year and you've been pulled in 1,000 different directions, and every time you thought you got everything on track, then there'd be something else that came in from left of field that you had to deal with. And it's not that you didn't want to deal with it. It was just like, oh, I could have done with a 5-minute sit down, you know, before we got on to the next project. And that's, you know, what the year's been about. So I'm pleased to say by about the end of January next year, that will come to a close. You won't be going through 2025 the same way you did in 2024. And probably the later half of 2023 was when it started to build up. Not quite as intense, but we could see the momentum starting to happen. So next year is going to be a lot easier in that way, that, you know, you'll sort of not necessarily accomplish more, but you'll feel like at this time next year, it was an easier year on you, you know, like, yes, it was still busy. There were still things that had to be achieved, but you're not going to feel this soul tired next year, which is a good thing. Also, they're showing me, I don't know what changes you've made with finances, but whatever you've done, upstairs is sort of saying to me, the powers that be upstairs are saying to me, keep on the same trajectory because you're winning, you're doing well. So there must have been some changes you made financially this year that you were sort of were hard at the time, but you're getting used to it now, and you're going to start to see the rewards very, very soon, better than what I think you even imagined when you first started. So that's really important though, Cheryl, because, you know, not only have you been soul tired and had a lot of things to deal with, but trying to put this into the mix too of trying to get your finances back under control in a way that you could see that it's not just for this year, but setting it up for many years ahead was a big undertaking as well. You know, so you've had a lot of things this year that have been what I term of major proportion that you've started or had to work through or continue to work through. And it's sort of like all of these things now are sort of winding down. And that's a good thing, you know, like the lessons that you've learned or the things that you've implemented this year, particularly with finances, aren't going to leave you just because we've come to the end of the year. It'll just become sort of automatic now, like brushing your teeth and combing your hair. You know, it's just part of life. And that's a good thing because, you know, it's now time for the rewards to start to come back to you, Cheryl. You know, you're a good person, but I think the one thing that you've got to learn is to learn how to say no.
Yeah. I'm terrible at that.
Yeah, you got to practice it. You got to get up in the morning, look in the mirror before you clean your teeth and say, no.
Okay.
And practice different faces and different versions of no so that it becomes automatic again, because too many people take advantage of you in your kind heart. So next year's got to be about Cheryl at the number one, 2, and 100 in the queue. You're at all those positions, not last.
Yeah, I love that. Okay.
Very, very important. Have a lovely Christmas, Cheryl. Lovely to speak with you.
Yes.
We're going to talk with Danny now in Edmonton in Alberta in Canada. Are you there, Danny?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hi, sweetie. Do you have a question I can answer for you?
Yeah, I'm writing a book. I wanted to know about it.
Okay, well, that's lovely. Congratulations on writing a book.
Is it going to be successful?
Yeah, I'll get to that in a minute. I just want to say to you, congratulations. It's no easy task coming to terms with writing a book and coming up with the concept and putting it on paper. That's a big deal. Look, I think you're going to have a couple of disappointments before you're going to get a yes on it. I'm going to say to you, you've got to think outside the square a little bit. Look, it's all well and fine to sort of go to a bigger publisher and thinking, like, if they accept me, I'll, get better recognition or there'll be more copies sold or whatever. I want you to go to a mix of places. I don't want you to just sort of submit it to one and then wait for their answer before you submit it to someone else. I want you to get a list together of sort of, bigger, reputable sort of people that you might like to be a published author with, but then think outside the square and look for some smaller ones, some boutique-y type of ones, some ones that may not be as well known, but, books find their way to where they're meant to be.
I have been reaching out to a few publishers, like a few answers back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I think you're going to get a number of rejections before you get a yes. That's what I'm suggesting. And that's why I'm saying let's mix it up a little bit. Let's not just go to mainstream big publishers. Let's mix it up with some smaller boutique-y ones as well. I'm not seeing...
No, that's the one that I reached out to, is the Underdog.
Right, good. But have they given you an answer yet?
Yeah, they have. They want to hear it when it's done. And realistically, I said 3 months' time before it's ready to be edited. Like, I'm not just going to be able to write it in one day. Like, I gave them a sample.
Right.
And they loved it.
Oh, no, I appreciate
But realistically, 3 to 6 months.
Yeah, well, I was going to say I don't know that you're going to hear much about, things moving forward much before June next year. So that would sort of fit in with your timeline as you see it and, to get the book into them and, get them to sort of approve it and then start the edit process. It's a process, becoming a writer is a process and you've got to have a pretty thick skin, Danny, to understand that what you submit and you think is absolutely fantastic, they might sort of turn around and change, not so much change the narrative, but change the way the words are delivered to fit what they see as the market. And that's hard for an author to understand that and accept that because you've had this, giving birth to a baby, it's been inside you and you put it down on paper and you think it's amazing. And then they sort of, you think, oh, that wasn't quite what I meant. So you're going to have to be flexible enough to work with them on that and try and get your message across at what you were trying to say. And then they may come back with a different edit or a different way of maybe getting the point across that they're sort of saying that this suits a broader audience. So it's going to be a process, but yes, I do think you're going to be successful. And I do feel that there's more books to come too, Danny. Like this to me is just the first. So with this first one
it's a series of 3.
Good, because I was going to say I could see 3. Good. But that's just in this one series. I think this first book is the series of 3, but then I was seeing another 4 separate projects behind that. But they didn't show me whether they were in a trilogy or not. They were just showing me that this was the first round, which would go 1, 2, 3. And I actually think the third book is going to be the biggest of the 3. And that's interesting because it's not necessarily saying the first one's not juicy or not big enough, but the final one in this trilogy seems to be sort of almost like a double version of, a book.
I actually haven't even started the third one yet, so that's awesome to hear.
Yeah, and to me, it's what it needs, sort of like we're building up the anticipation.
Like to round it out, right?
Yeah, and it's good, and it's like, I just think it's going to have a bigger mass appeal than what even the publisher thinks of to begin with.
Awesome. Yeah, it's just like my first one.
Yeah, and it's good because, this is not a new concept to you. This is something that's been rolling around in your mind and your soul for a long time now.
Almost 2 years.
The timing hasn't been right.
February of 2022 is when I started.
Good. Yeah, but things don't all happen overnight. I mean, people think they do. They got to cook. and be able to get it out on paper in the way that you want to, or on your laptop, and get it out, get the ideas out. And it takes time, but, you're there. You're doing really, really well, Danny, and that's a good thing. So, I don't feel uncomfortable with it.
Do you think the third one is going to be the one where it's noticed and good, and fourth one's going to be awesome?
I think they're all going to be noticed. I mean, I think from book number 1, people are going to be waiting for the second part of the series, of the trilogy. And it's sort of like, and then by the time the third one comes out, which is almost, double the first one, it's like that rounds it off really nicely. It's like, look, I don't think you're going to be as big as Harry Potter, but let's use that as an example, where when that came out, I'm sure that was very controversial and people didn't know whether it was even going to work. And then look at what that went on to do and how it got children reading again. Yours is going to have similar success, not maybe quite as big, but what I'm saying is along the same sort of vein where, she was an unheard of and now she's a household name. You will have this, similar sort of fame where, your books are going to be very
One more question. New York Times bestsellers list.
Well, I can't predict that for you, sweetie, but I can tell you it's going to be hugely successful. Anyway, Danny, that's where we've got to leave it. We've come to the end of the show. It's, it's always interesting when people are trying to bring about new ideas and bring about things in their lives. And, a lot of people are feeling soul tired at the moment. It's been something that's been a bit of a theme in the last couple of weeks. And as I suggested to Cheryl, just, take your time, give yourself 5 minutes off. Sometimes we rush around too much that we don't give ourselves time off. And it's really, really important that we need to do that in this very busy time of the year, to acknowledge that you are tired. Sit down for 5 minutes, put some music on, watch 5 minutes of a Christmas movie, do something for yourself that isn't necessarily looking after or taking care of everybody else. You've got to take care of you first to be able to take care of everybody else. And it is a really exciting, wonderful, magical time of the year. And for me personally, I absolutely adore Christmas. And anybody that follows me on social media would know that I have a real passion for Christmas music. I've been feeding through Christmas songs all for the last couple of weeks. And there's not one particular Christmas carol that jumps out at me as being any better than anybody else, because everybody brings something different to the table, no matter who they are as a professional singer. But I think one of the people that jumps out at me as one of the most timeless people who can sing just about anything is Neil Diamond. So this week I'm going to leave you with a song that I think he does a beautiful version of, and the children are going to be excited because Santa Claus is coming to town. So enjoy Neil Diamond singing Santa Claus is coming to town. Until next week, have a great week. Bye for now. And I will see you Christmas. Bye-bye.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is Reverend Elliot coming to you live tonight, near the end of December. Oh, gosh, time is flying. Like I say, time flies. It's up to you to be the navigator, but this is pushing it a little much. I mean, the last time I turned around, it was the beginning of the year, so who knows? I mean, it zoomed by. I wish there was more time in the year for me to make up for the 6 months, I believe it was, of shows that I missed, which, hey, I've got a good excuse. I was doing this, I was busy dying. If that's it. Doctors certainly have pulled me back from the edge of the abyss. That's a horrible movie, and I didn't want to see it, so the doctors just dragged me back out. Nevertheless, I'm doing much better, and this is 4 shows in a row now I'm doing. I'm practically on my own here, on my own record. I feel like Joe DiMaggio in the late 30s, hitting that ball every game. 4 shows, right? And I tell you something else, the lengths to which I'm going to get people to listen. I just got a notification from my computer that it'll be raining here in New York for the next hour. So everybody should be staying home and listening to the live feed. If not, you can always find it later at askoneradio.com or at my website, magic-works.com. There's all kinds of ways to hear me. There's no getting rid of me. Now, if you were intrepid enough to have been here last week, you'll notice that my voice was rather scratchy. And it still is. I have no idea when this is going to stop, and we'll get back to my mellifluous intonations. But I've got a cold, and it's a nasty little cold, and I'm really sick of it. I mean, that's, of course, because it's a sickness. It's the kind that my nose is not just stuffed, but it's encrusted over. So it's just really painful, and I hate that kind of a cold. But we'll be here. If I'm sure I can manage to squeeze out some words of wisdom, dare we say, some words anyway, for the next hour with you here on Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, where we get together to. We don't talk politics here. That's just so simple. That's a simplistic thing. Anybody can do that. That's just a sideshow. It's just people trying to scare you. And I hope you don't take them that seriously that you were actually scared this last election, because they're going to start it all up again any minute now with the 2028 election. This is it's a nonstop thing. I remember there was a time before these program-heavy cable networks, which needed to fill up time around the clock. Before that, people just they start paying attention like maybe about September, of every 4 years for the presidential election, and then every 2 years for the regular ones in their localities. Now they want to stick us with this all year round, and I say no. Just no. No, 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 no. There are more important things in life than allowing total strangers who get paid $20 million a year to make you angry. They're just what they do. They're like drunks in a bar. 90% of cable news to me is a guy saying to somebody else, like a guy in a bar, "Did you hear what that guy said about you? You're going to let him get away with that?" That's what they do. They bring a guy into the studio, they run him through makeup, they sit him down in a chair, they throw harsh lights on him, and then they say, did you hear what that guy called you? And then they go to town and they attack each other. And that's, that's got to stop. It's just ridiculous. But it sells. Not as much anymore. Have you seen that these cable news channels, for the most part, have lost over 40% of their listenership? Wow. Their viewership? Unbelievable. I think people finally caught on that this is a racket. This is just a way to scare the hell out of people. There's always something to scare you. And this is why I always talked about Unmasking Fear, which is the book that explains how the powers that be, shall we call them, are thrilled with controlling us by keeping us in a state of fear. And this book was written over 100 years ago, and it's still relevant. What's even more relevant are the two opening treatises that I wrote for the newest edition of the book. So I'll pat myself on the back and probably sprain something doing it, but there you go. So this is something I'm glad if you're listening and you're listening to positive radio. You're not going to hear anything but positivity on the Ask One Radio Network because that's the way to go. That's what life is about. Life is about enjoying things and sharing things and being with other people and having a good time and not eating their lunch at the office. Did you read that story about the woman who somebody was eating her lunch at the office? So she put something in the lunch that sent the person running to the bathroom and then the hospital. Well, that's kind of illegal. I knew somebody who did that many, many, many years ago in an office I worked in. They put eye drops in somebody's coffee. And boy, was that guy in pain. This is why I work for myself, I suppose. I never liked the office dynamic. I was such a naive little jerk when I went to work in an office in my early 20s. Oh, what a callow youth, right? I thought that everybody would just work together. We were all on the same team. We were all in the same corporation. We were all huddled around the corporate campfire, all sustaining life and getting warmth from the flame that we all nurture. And then I discovered office politics. What a mess that was. So that really soured me on that kind of stuff. My idea of a job is to be hired to do something and just sit down and get it done. That's what I used to like to do. That's why screenwriting appealed to me, and I was fortunate enough to spend a couple of years doing that. And it's just me alone for the most part until, of course, I turn in the pages, and then I get harangued by the producer. But I think I actually wrote more memos during those years than I wrote script pages, because every time they called me, I would write up a memo discussing what I heard. This is why I kept the job for years, because a lot of the people they hired to do this kind of work would just go off and then come back and turn in something completely different from what they hired them to write, which I never did. So whenever they would discuss a concept with me, I would immediately memorialize it in a memo and fax it right to them. I loved the fax machine in those days. And I'd say, this is to memorialize our conversation. Please let me know if I got the drift of it here. Because I studied, it's a very odd thing that happened. Because of the nature of the work I'd been doing, I studied talking. Now, we all learn to talk at 2 years old, so we think we're experts, but we're not. Because the biggest part of talking is the one that's the most ignored, and that's listening. You all know that. How many times have you felt like you're telling somebody something, but you're banging your head against a wall? That's because a lot of people don't know how to listen. There's an art to listening and a talent to listening. So there are parts of a conversation. This I don't know if I've ever gone into this before here with you guys, but it's important. There are several parts to a conversation. There's what I say, and there's what you hear. There's what I think you heard, and there's what you think I said. It goes on and on and on. But you see what I mean? You can run into problems with that because miscommunication is so easy. because so often people just don't hear exactly what you're saying. And I was guilty of that myself. I took a listening course. The corporation who hired me, was a marketing firm, put me through a listening course, and it was ear-opening, not just eye-opening, because it occurred to me that since we all learned how to talk at the age of roughly 2, we think we know it all, but we don't. It's a very, very different thing. I've seen people just don't understand anything. I know I talked about this before because I got into a doom loop with the head of New York City Planning Commission one time when I asked him a softball question as a journalist. He had a plan for the city, for a neighborhood in the city, and he liked the plan, and he said it was a good plan. And I said, could you tell us why you think it's a good plan? He said, because it's the best plan that we saw. And I said, and what is it that made it the best plan? He says, because it's a good plan. Now, you see where that's going to lead to, right? People, I kept pressing him. I said, yeah, but what do you mean it's a good plan? Well, because it was better than the others. Well, what was good about it? Well, I liked it. Now, you can't, this person was the head of city planning for the city of New York. Now you understand why the city looks like it does, right? It was a very, very, very odd kind of thing. And people got mad at me. They said, he's answering your question. You just don't like his answer. I said, his answer is non-responsive. It's not informative. Now, the thing was, he wasn't putting me off. He really looked puzzled. He was confused. I couldn't believe how a guy got to middle age, had a responsible job like that, and he didn't know how to communicate. It was just shocking to me. Well, that's life, right? That's one for the most. If I ever write the most boring book in the world, it's going to be about my adventures in the screen trade and in the newspaper trade. Those were great years, but it was challenging work. Try running a newspaper for 20 years. That's a shocker. I didn't even know we had been doing. My wife and I did this for 20 years. We were shut down during the lockdowns with COVID, and we decided to just stop. And then it dawned on us that we'd been doing it for 20 years. We didn't know. We really didn't realize it at all. Unbelievable, huh? The way we get caught up in things. So anyway, now we're going to get back to, we're going to get down to real communication here, because that's what tarot cards are for. And that's why I refer to them as the magical window, because you can look through the magical window and see around the corner of the space-time continuum. We can, there are people who get flabbergasted by this. I've had people tell me that it's all garbage. I say, okay, fine, you think it's garbage. They'll listen, and then I'll ask them, and they'll listen once, I might add, and their typical response is, well, I heard you do things that I can't explain. So, of course, that means it's ridiculous, right? If you can't explain it, it's no good. See the ego in that one, right? You can't explain electricity. This is a good one. Keep this in mind. Although few people believe it, nobody on the face of the earth knows how electricity works. They just know it works and they know how to harness it, but nobody knows how it works. Nobody knows what it is or how it does what it does. Think about that one for a while. There's a famous story about a professor who asks a question of a kid in a class, and he calls on this kid, and the kid wasn't paying attention. He was daydreaming. So he just makes up an answer. So, well, I did know, but I forgot. And of course, the question was, how does electricity work? And the professor in this little story, which I doubt is true, said to the kid, how very unfortunate. The only person in the history of the world who ever knew how electricity worked forgot. There you go. So we don't need to know how, and the how of everything. We don't know how hummingbirds remain static in the air. We don't know how a whole flock of birds in the sky can turn at the same time and not hit each other. There's a thing that Rupert Sheldrake, the scientist in London, calls morphic resonance. And he believes, which a lot of people, I've read about this first in the 1970s, so it's not new with him. is that our thoughts and our memories are not in the brain. They're off to the side somewhere in an electric field of some sort around us. That's interesting in a sense, and that could account for for ESP, for instance, why some of us can read the minds of other people, because we can. There's a guy years ago who gave me the best advice I ever had that I can repeat in public. He said, always act as if people are reading your mind because they can. And he's right. There's times, haven't you had your BS detector go off and you just know that somebody's pulling your leg, so to put it mildly? Yeah, we do have the ability to do that. So we're going to throw aside the mundane world for now. Oh, good. I just looked at the cards here. I got the High Priestess card here, which is the person who sees behind the veil. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to see behind the veil. We're going to take a look at the things that are going on in our lives and see what we can do. If there's something that's not up to snuff in your life, maybe we can help you make it better. There are loads of things that we can do in terms of magic ritual, for instance, that I can help you out with. Let me tell you, it's a very funny thing here. Then I'll go on with this. My mother knew nothing about occult work and esotericism, but she had a ritual that she used to perform whenever she moved into a new dwelling place. And the thing is, it never occurred to her that this was magic work. This was magic work. She would take a little piece of cloth, and in that cloth, she would put a penny. She would sprinkle salt and pepper. And then she would put the little piece of a crust of bread in there and then tie it up and hide it somewhere in the apartment, so that there would always be food in the house, there would always be money in the house, and there would always be spice in our life. You see, that's sympathetic magic. That's it. Now, if I had ever tried to explain to her that was a magic ritual, she probably would have been aghast. But hey, we all do. We all have things like superstitions, we call them, but you can read about that stuff in Reverend Elliot Explains It All, the wonderfully modestly titled book I wrote, which does have short, easy to understand essays about how magic does work. I just mailed a couple of more copies out last week, in fact. I'm glad to see people are buying again now that the fear of the election is over. And not just because I'm getting a little cash out of it, hey, stop that. But I like that people read what I write. Otherwise, I'm barking up the wrong tree here. But you can read about the way these things work, like how do amulets and talismans work? Where does magic function? What is reality? Little questions like that. I'm not interested in do you live in a blue state or a red state. I'm interested in the state of your soul. How's that? So let's get to the cards now. I've got them all shuffled up while I've been babbling here. So, I'm multitasking. That's my version of multitasking. Multitasking for me was having a martini and a cigar. Those days are over for me, folks, and that's for sure. So let's get right down to this and do the readings now. We've got people waiting, and I don't want to keep them waiting any longer. So let's ring the bell 3 times to declare sacred space. And now we'll pull back the curtain on the magical window for Takia in New Jersey. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Oh, hello. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you doing tonight?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Can you picking me up here? Am I coming through loud and clear?
I'm not on speakerphone.
You don't. Okay, do you hear me now?
I can hear you. Yes, I can hear you fine now. Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. See, you got all these satellites and computers and technology, and it all boils down to our eardrums, right? What can I look at for you tonight?
Okay, I wanted to take a look at my finances. It's kind of like a love tied into finances situation. I actually have a twin flame, and unfortunately, his family and people were doing black magic to keep us separated. he did a lot of spell work to affect both of our finances and limit the level of our career as far as.
Have you been doing anything? Have you done any work to protect yourself?
I just do a lot of energy work, like just energy work, but I haven't done like any real spell work. I more so go the energetic route, with cleansing my energy. I do take spiritual baths and things like that sometimes, but
well, I think you're doing
it
okay.
has been helping, but
I think you're doing okay here because I've got the 7 of Rods here, and that's a card of a person who's being attacked and sweeps them away. So that's a good sign, don't you think?
Wonderful. That is a good sign.
Yeah.
It's definitely a good sign. So,
take a look at the card. If you've got a deck of cards, take a look at the 7 of Rods. If not, look at it on the computer and you'll see what I mean. Because there's a person being attacked by people and that person just sweeps them away, gets rid of them.
Hello?
Yeah, I hear you. Now, do you hear me now?
Hello?
No, did I lose you? We got something going on here with your phone, huh? Okay, well, in any case, this is a very important thing because people do attack other people with energy, and know that it does create problems, and there are ways to fight that. There are things you can do. You can get a black and red candle, which is a reversing spell candle. You can find these things. You can go online and take a look at the catalog. Download the catalog from the Luck Shop. That's a very old occult store. It's been around since the 30s, and it's still in operation in Chicago, what's left of Chicago. But take a look at the Luck store and see. There's all kinds of stuff in there. Are you back with me now?
I sure am.
Okay, great. I want to tell you, I've got the 7 of Swords here, which is a card that says that there's somebody sneaking around causing you trouble. So, yeah, you're right. Okay?
Okay.
That's, but I see that isn't going to work. I see that you'll be able to fight the person off. Okay?
Yes.
So try. While you were gone, I was talking about reversal candles. You can find those, the red and black candle. Do you? Yes. Is there a kind of a new age occult store? Pardon?
Yes, and I have one of those candles. I just haven't lit it, but it's been here for a while. I'll probably get a new one or maybe stage it.
Well, I've got one like that too. I keep it around like it's a fire extinguisher, But there comes a time when you got to use it, right?
Wonderful. I don't feel so bad now.
Good. Yeah, I've had one sitting there for years behind my rocking chair. I've had it there since before I even needed a rocking chair.
That's amazing.
So I see that you're a person with divine protection. Okay, that's clear. That I see. I see that you're going to fight these people successfully. Don't even doubt that. Okay, because all these cards are positive about the outcome. And you have the Strength card and the Sun card and the Hanged Man, which shows that you know how to sacrifice to get something better for yourself, and the Fool, which means you have the protection of God. Yeah, you're going to do just fine. Don't let these petty people attack you. Okay, fight back though with that candle. Use that candle.
Yes. Okay, I sure will. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time this evening.
Well, that's what I'm here for. I'm glad to help. Bye-bye now. And let's shuffle them up. You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. Oh, boy, my throat is so scratchy. It's so cruel, that sore throats. Why? I have a feeling it's because I'm usually a hermit, but lately I've had to go places a lot, which means I've been on mass transit here in New York, means the buses, which run very well, by the way. I don't know why people complain about the bus system, because not only is it very efficient here in New York, and it works beautifully. You can check when the buses are arriving at your stop through your cell phone. and get messages that show where the bus is exactly and when it's going to be at your place, so you can time everything. It's very nice. See, I avoid the subway, and you just have to look at the news to see why. It's like an 800-mile long insane asylum, and I have no interest in going back down in the subway ever again as long as I live. Not at all. So we're here now, and my voice is a little scratchy, I guess, because I picked something up around all the people I've been around. But that's good. That'll build the immune system up. Shirley in Fitzpatrick, Alabama is next. Shirley, you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, good. I thought I lost you. What can I look at for you tonight, Shirley?
My cousin, I had a cousin that killed himself on 12/8, I think a few weeks ago.
Oh.
And I'm trying to see why did he kill himself. His mom died in October. And I don't know if he got over her, but they said she wrote a book or something, had something bad, but I don't know what caused his death. But he shot himself in the head.
Let me see if I can find anything here about your cousin. How's that? Yeah, well, I've got the High Priestess card here, which shows that we're looking at something behind the veil. I have cards here that shows a person who is definitely feels that they're under attack. I mean, a lot of cards here about being attacked and being in danger. And what I'm seeing is that it got to be too much. Did you know about this?
No, I didn't know. I just know his mom had died in October with lung cancer, and they said he was in the backyard and 12/8 and shot himself in the head.
Well, because what I've got here is cards of strife and struggling and pain. Now, the odd thing is, though, like this always happens when I do one of these readings. I have got a few very good cards here, too, like the Four of Rods and the Sun. I always get the Sun. That's telling me that the Spirit is got the message coming across from the Spirit is I'm doing better now. And I'm growing, and I'm evolving, and I'm in a better place. So that's some consolation, I would hope. I know it doesn't take the pain away, but the thing was something got to your cousin that was just so overwhelmingly that the feeling of being attacked from all sides was just too much to bear. But now I see that the Spirit is at peace, which is good. I get a little nervous doing these readings because I don't want to find out that the Spirit is not at peace. That only happened to me once, though. So I'm hoping we're all going to end up there at some point. I'm hoping that there really is peace there that can be found. But that's what I'm seeing in these cards. The Nine of Coins especially shows a person who is at peace with themselves, so that's good. Okay, that should help a little. But the person, why? What I'm seeing is a very, 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 very conflicted person who felt that everything was attacking and everything was going wrong, and it's sad, you know, and especially when people go through that. If they go through that and don't talk to us about it, you know, that's what's really that's so sad. But the worst is over for your cousin. Let me put it that way, okay?
Yes.
And now on the other side, there's growth happening, and happiness is is coming back into your cousin's life. Okay, I hope that helps out.
Yes. Yes.
I'll light a white candle to send positive energy your way and your cousin's way. How's that?
Thank you so much.
Okay, that's the least I can do. If there's anything else you want, you can always contact me through my website, which you can find through askoneradio.com. Okay?
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for calling. Bye-bye now.
All right, bye-bye.
And hey, we're all shuffled up again. These things are so sad that this is what's puzzling with people like this 15-year-old who shot up the school. You know, this was like the 23rd school shooting this year. Now that's bad news. You know, that is bad news. But many years ago, in my college days, which means I was living in a woman's college. Don't ask. There was a course in suicide, which a lot of the students were fascinated by, because they had at least one suicide a year at this Ivy League school. And how can I phrase this delicately? Well, they said the way they put it was, suicide is aggression turned inward. That a person can go two ways. They can go inward and destroy themselves, or outward and destroy other people. And the fascinating thing that was brought out in this class was that the writer Kafka, a definitely tortured soul, and Hitler had almost identical upbringings. One became suicidal and the other became a mass murderer. You know, I just don't know. It's so hard when people feel unconnected. You can tell them till you're blue in the face that we're all connected. We really are all connected. I mean, even the earth is alive. We're all part of the life of the earth. You know, it's a concept that a lot of people don't have. When they start to feel alone, it's just what that can destroy a person. And some people react by lashing out, and others react another way. Let me tell you, though, if we're talking about self-destruction, there's an awful lot of talk about the murder rate in this country with guns. I'm not going to make a speech for or against guns or gun control, but I will point out that one of the things that the news people never mention when they give the number of people killed annually by handguns, especially handguns, rarely rifles, but they never say, which is the more alarming part, terrifying even, is that well more than half of those deaths are suicides. It's not like they're all murders in that sense of people running around killing. There's enough of those to go around, that's for sure. But I just don't understand that depth. I can't identify with that depth of despair. I mean, I have had the kind of life that if I didn't bump myself off 50, 60 years ago, I'm not going to do it now. You know, let's put it that way. And yet, you know, it's a plague. And the question is this a spiritual plague? Do people not understand their place in the universe, their place in the cosmos? You belong here. You do belong here. You are part of everything here. You're very important here. I mean, it's almost touched on in It's a Wonderful Life, which I think is a sarcastically named movie, by the way, because the person gets to see how his life touches so many others. But it's more than that. I mean, we're all linked together. We are connected to entities that live 25 light years away. We're all stardust. We're all children of the universe. As Alan Watts was so fond of saying, as sure as an apple tree apples, a planet peoples. This is what it does. You have every right to be here. You have every right to be who you are. You have every right. Now, along with that is you have to recognize that right for other people. You can't go around telling other people how they have to treat you. You know, you may not like the way they treat you, but that's what doors are for. You know, you slam them. I close the iron door on you. But no, you have every right to be who you are and live how you are. You just don't have the right to force that on anybody else, is the way I look at it. And why would you? Why do you care? What do you care if somebody doesn't like you because they don't like the color of your eyes or the color of your hair or makes as much sense as the color of your skin, right? That's just ludicrous. So, that's people. We're all people. Just, we're all the same. We're one organism. Every person is a piece of that human organism. Okay, that's my speech for now, because it's just this malaise of hopelessness that must be spreading across among so many people. I can't fathom it. This is the most. This time in human history shows the least suffering physically and the most comfort that humans have ever lived in. And yet the people who live in the most comfortable situations are the ones who are the most upset. I have no idea why that is. I couldn't even tell you in 1,000 years. Anyway, we could use the magical window, to look at these things and see what's going on, as we did with that last call. Johanna, is it? In Lexington, Kentucky. Jana. Oh, geez, sorry. I'm seeing letters that aren't even there, right? Hi, Jana. Sorry for mangling your name. What can I do for you tonight?
I was interested in what you might see for my future.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow. I'm seeing a lot of change coming in your life. Are you looking for change?
Probably.
Well, when you're sure, you'll get it. You know what I mean? These cards are really good. These cards are powerful, and they show that a new period of your life is about to begin. Not right now, by the way. This is going to be a little while. Because that might be the doubt that you're feeling. Because I've got the Two of Swords here, which is kind of like a stalemate. It's something not moving. Once you break through that, you'll be fine. The Page of Cups and the Knight of Cups are here. These are both cards that combined are very powerful, and they tell me that you're entering a new phase is coming emotionally. You're going to experience great happiness. The Lover's card is here. That's not necessarily a card of romance as much as it is a card of facing a choice in life. So you're going to make a choice, and you're going to improve your life. And I know you're going to make the choice to improve it because I've got the Magician here, which is a person who has all the tools and knows how to get what she wants and draws power, spiritual power from above down here to earth. The Nine of Rods tells me that you've had some rough times, correct?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm here to tell you that that's coming to an end. Now, a lot of people don't like that. A lot of people get very comfortable in their misery, but I don't think you do, or you wouldn't be calling, right? You want change, right, don't you? Yeah, so you're definitely on the road to change. Look at this. This is the Ace of Swords. I love that card for you because that card is about the beginning of a new way of thinking and a new way of seeing the world. There's a really here, if you let it happen, a new you is coming. The you you've always known is in there, but you never let out. You've kind of hidden who you are from people, haven't you?
Yes.
Okay, well, if you feel comfortable and safer doing that, then I'm not going to tell you not to, put it that way. I'm not making a value judgment about that. I'm just saying that if you find that it is inhibiting you from growing, you may want to rethink it a little bit. But, I'm not in any position to tell you what you should or shouldn't do, if you know what I mean. I'm just going to tell you that whatever you do, you're going to do the right thing for yourself, because once you get by that Two of Swords, which is that period of stalemate, which you're in now, and nothing is moving and nothing is happening, your whole life is going to change, and it's going to change really for the better. I mean, I can't even describe how much better it's going to be. I see money, I see happiness, I see joy, I see all kinds of good things here. But right now, here's the Eight of Swords and the Two of Swords together. These confirm it. Right now, you're feeling stuck. You're not 100% ready for this change to come. When you are ready, and you will be, you take your time about things, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. Okay, well, again, that's not a bad thing. You know, they told me I was a procrastinator, and that was bad. But I looked at it as me taking time and preparing. But I think that you got good stuff coming. A lot of good. All these. I'm getting more and more happy cards here. You're at the cusp of a whole new you, and I find that really exciting. As it develops, if you're confused about anything or if you want some more help, please just send me an email. My email address is asktaro@earthlink.net, or you can go to my website, which is magic-works.com, magick-works.com, and use the contact form there. I'll be more than happy to pull some more cards for you. No charge. I'm not trying to drum up any business here. This will continue. We'll consider that a continuation of this free reading. How's that?
I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Well, I'll be more than happy to do that. So please take advantage of me, right? Use this, okay? I definitely would like to do that with you because I'll be there if you need it. Because I know you're hesitant, and change is difficult. Change, even when it's good change, it's difficult. You know, look at the stories we hear about people who win millions of dollars in the lottery, and it ruins their life. Years ago, I remember reading in a psychology book, which was my first mistake, was reading psychology books, that there's this thing called psychological stress units, and the amount of psychological stress units that hit you for getting married is the same as hitting you for getting divorced. So there's no value judgment in there. Change upsets people and stresses people. You know, I do not like change. Look, I upgraded my computer now for the first time in 14 years, and it's driving me nuts. You know, I have to learn a whole bunch of new stuff, but, you know, we get through it. I would just rather not change. You know, I like things. I'm a very old-fashioned kind of guy. I shave with a straight razor. I have wind-up Victrolas here to listen to music on 78 RPM records. I'm an old-fashioned kind of guy. You know, I was born old, and I like to think I'm getting younger, but you never know. So I understand the idea, and it's scary, but you are right at the edge of your whole life changing for the better. I even see more money coming your way. That's the Six of Coins. All the good stuff is going to start flowing to you. And you deserve it. You've waited a long time, and so if there's anything that seems to be on your mind about this, just contact me and we'll discuss it. Okay? And like I said, there's no charge. No charge. This is not me drumming up a sale. Okay? This is a gift because I want to honor the change that's coming to your life.
Thank you.
You deserve it. Okay. Thank you for calling. Bye-bye now.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Oh boy, it's exciting. It's funny the way, because when I read for people in person and I tell them there's change coming in your life, they're usually happy until they say, "Well, wait a minute, is it good or bad?" See, people want change. Many people want change. I could do without it. You know, I mean, it's not easy for me, change, but in the scheme of things, learning to operate new software is certainly not a big change. It's just annoying. It's petty, but that's me. I still write with a quill pen. I do. I dip it in ink even. So believe it or not, right? Linda in Yorba, California is here.
Yes. How are you? I did not catch your name.
My name is Elliot, Reverend Elliot.
Oh, hi. How are you?
Hi. I'm doing well.
I had been trying to get on this for some time, and fortunately it happened. Okay. Yes.
So what would you like to look at?
Yeah. Pardon me?
What would you like to look at in the cards?
Oh, I was looking at the near future.
The near future?
I'd say within the next 2.
Well, I see. Oh, boy, that's good news. There's changes coming to your life here. This is fascinating. Are you looking, whether you are or not? I mean, there's an opportunity coming your way. There's new stuff coming in terms of money. There's new stuff coming in terms of romance and emotions, and there's new stuff in terms of work and career, and judgment. The judgment card is here, which is like a rebirth. This is almost like the last caller. You're about to head into a whole new life. Are you ready for the changes coming?
Yeah. Yeah,
because I see there's been some sorrow in your life, which is not that's not a great thing that's not a big thing to read. I mean, we've all had sorrow in our lives, but the thing is, it's over. That's what I'm seeing, is that it's done with. The Fool card is here. That negates anything bad in the reading. You've got good stuff coming. You've got good stuff coming financially, emotionally, and career-wise. Are you working, or do you not work?
No, actually, I'm bedridden.
Oh, yeah. Well, but there are things that you can do. You know what I mean? I didn't sense that you were out there looking for an office job, but there are things that could come your way. This is the beginning of something new for you. So keep in mind, there's new opportunities coming your way, and you deserve it. And things are going to be happening for you that you don't expect, and they're going to be good. Okay. And you asked about the near future. I have the 8 of Rods, and that's a card that says that what's happening is happening now, and it's on the way now. So that is definitely the near future for you.
Okay.
Okay. So the 6 of Swords is here, and the Temperance card is here. These tell me that you're moving away from the bad times and getting to better times. And here's the World, which is a card of assured success. So the Temperance card means you'll get balance back in your life. This is good. You're ready for it, and you're going to do it. Okay.
Oh, fantastic! I appreciate that.
Thank you so much. These are your cards. Thanks for calling in. I'm glad I could see a bright future for you.
I thank you very much. Have a good night on you.
Thank you. Bye-bye now. Well, that was, the cards really answered. When she said, I would like to look at my near future, and that 8 of Rods is about something that's on the way now. So that's good. That's a good sign. But I like to see that the bad times are over for people. I mean, that's every now and then I see that the bad times are going to continue and it's going to be hell on earth. But for some reason, that only happened once in over 10 years of doing this on Ask One Radio. And I always have this idea that things work out so well for the callers because they're calling. They're asking for help. They're asking for clarification, and those are the things that are good for people. You can't fix something if you don't acknowledge it and you're not aware of it. So the good news is that the people know about it, and those people who know about it call and ask, and hey, the Lord helps those who help themselves, they say. Cherry in West Haven, Connecticut is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliott.
Hi there. Thank you for taking my call.
That's what I'm here for. I've got a few minutes left. What can I look at for you?
I'm just wondering if you see anything exciting coming up for me in the future.
Well, yeah, that's good. I've got the Ace of Swords here, which is a card about a whole new way of thinking. Your mind is growing and expanding. The 10 of Coins is here. That's almost assured happiness. The Lover's card is here. That's telling me that there's choices you'll be making, and that you're going to be facing some choices soon, but the result is going to be very good. You've got the Ace of Cups. The Ace of Cups is the card about happiness and emotional fulfillment, not the Lover's card like so many people think. So I'm seeing good stuff coming your way. The sun is here, that's healing, health, growth, happiness. What else do I have here for you? This is the Eight of Cups. That's a card of a person who is moving away from the things in life that are not working and going towards things in life that are. So you've taken your destiny in your hands, correct?
Yes, I have.
And, well, you're going to succeed at it. All these cards show success. The Temperance card is here. That shows me that you are going to have balance restored in your life. And it's all because of that Ace of Swords, which is your mental activity is doing it. That means that you have taken the initiative and you've determined what you need to do, and you're going to do it. And you are doing it. And that's great. That's just great. And I can't think of anything better except there's one card here that shows that it's going to impact your whole life in a positive way. And here's the Fool card, which is the beloved of God, which is guaranteed success and happiness and joy. So you're doing okay. I've been doing this. That's twice today that's come up, and I've never gotten that card for myself. So there is a curse on me, by the way, but I don't know if it's worth going into.
No, don't say that. You think there's a curse on you?
Oh, no, it goes back to the Spanish Inquisition put a curse on my family when they exiled them from Spain and moved them into the New World in the 1500s. Believe it or not. So that is weird, isn't it? I'll talk about that one night because I mention it in passing now and then, but I never got into it.
Because you are successful. You help a lot of people.
Yes.
So they didn't stop you from doing that.
No, it's not that kind of a curse. It's a bloodline kind of bizarre curse that kills the firstborn if it's a boy. Which my father was nice enough to tell my mother about when she was pregnant the first time. Well, that was a girl. That's why I'm still here. Now, this is the funny part is that's why every male who survives in my father's side in that lineage from the family is named Elliot, which is not a Mexican name, but we are all named Elliot. There's so many Elliot Camarenas out there that I just decided to drop the last name and make it Reverend Elliot. And that's all because of the Spanish Inquisition. I like to think of Torquemada standing there shaking his fist at the boat saying, stay out. But I've got to run. I've got less than a minute to go. But good stuff is coming your way.
Great. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Bye-bye now. And that's it. We're taking it right down to the wire. We have a minute to go. And remember, now you're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window every Wednesday at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific, where we get together to look through the magical window of the tarot. And if you want to know more about what I do, go to mojoacademy.org to look at the books we've got there, and the audio and the video, and magic-works.com, magic-works.com. And remember, if you want a reading off the air, just go look at the prices at magic-works.com and take half off. Because I'm running a half-off sale to atone for the 6 months of shows that I was wanton enough to miss. But there you go, right? So remember that. Now, also, well, anyway, I'm so glad to be back. So I'll see you again next week. And remember, till we get there, like I said, time flies. It's up to you to be the navigator. Bye-bye now.
To contact me for a private reading, there's a link to my website just in the page there, and also my Facebook page. You can follow me on that if you'd like to get a free reading. I do them every Friday as well. So, hi, how is everyone? Hope everyone's good. I'm going to be doing a collective card for all those who are listening and watching. I'm shuffling as we speak. I was just sort of saying it's really starting to warm up down here in Tassie. It's been really nice weather. Oh, God, there goes my cards. Queen of Cups, she fell out. That's a nice one. And I might get her out as well. I'll pop her there. So it's think it's going to be a warm summer. Here we go. All right, collective message flow. I'm missing. Oh, here we go. We've got the wheel in